That's not loud at all. Good morning, everyone. So let me share this out a bit. Okay, that's live, that's live, that's live, that's live, that's good. Okie dokie. Still haven't had a full cup of coffee, so a little slower to start. But I'm gonna attempt this full day painting session. Working on Kraven the Hunter, based on cosplay by my e-buddy Pat King, who is you know what this might be, what the time I know, who was a model for 30 of the Marvel Masterpieces 2020 set. Great guy, cosplayer, model, actor, stuntman, video game streamer, and whatnot. He's really big into Kraven, so I chatted with him, decided that I want to use him for a little Kraven piece. So this is the almost finished type pencils. I'll be cleaning those up this morning before we get into paint. Here's the original prelim sketch that I did change. I was going to do originally a landscape on like a city background, but it didn't quite jive with me, so we're going more with a jungly. Just as I was getting ready this morning, going through some stuff, came across this promo card that came in a Spider-Man comic book that's in half decent shape, but it's got a ding there. So I don't know. The way card values are going this day, this might be a new car. Who knows? Let me just put that in the envelope or baggie so I don't totally destroy it. Yeah, so throughout the day, should have some guests pop in. Nothing really solid or official. But yeah, we'll see if who can come in when. Let me do that. But the idea here with this piece is, or the way I'm going to approach it, is I'm just going to tighten up the pencils a little bit. He's pretty much done. I might just need to make some lines a little harder to make sure that they stick through. And I just got to block in some details on the background. So there's a tree here, there's going to be foliage, some mountains in the background. This part here is going to be the sky and main light source, so he's backlit from my right, his left, which means that all the shadows are casting this way. That's why I already blocked in. Here you see this is in shadow, this leg's going to be pretty much fully in shadow. The right side of, basically his right side's all going to be in shadow, and then there's going to be a little rim light, kick light coming around this edge to reinforce it. Here there's going to be some foliage and whatnot. Yeah. What else can I say before I dig in? We'll be using acrylic paints, a combination of deco art, premium deco art, basic craft paints, and Liquitex Basics, and Liquitex Soft Body. Some extender mediums, some glazing mediums, glazing medium, extender medium, soft body paint, basic craft paint, Liquitex Basics. Different paints give, or different types of paints give different textures, different surfaces, so we'll see. Okay, where's my pencil? Very important. So if anyone's got any questions or anything, I'll be on for 6-7 hours, hopefully. I'm hoping to finish this piece during the stream. So hopefully that happens. Script, there we go. I'm going to be using a glaze wash technique for the base, which means I'm going to cover everything with a transparent layer of paint to just give it a tint, which is a great approach because it gives full coverage to the piece. So as I start building out paint, I won't have any leftover kind of white spots from the paper. I can always paint in the whites. So there should really be no real white in the painting. There's no white in nature. There's highlights, but it's not pure white. Unless it's like lightning or the center of a light source. So over in Canada, today is a long weekend. That's I'm able to do this. Did I lose focus again? Sorry. I think in some parts of the U.S. it's also a holiday, so some people might be off. I see someone from Australia popped in earlier. I don't know what's going on there. It's probably tomorrow for them. hint of his foot here. Oops. It should be behind foliage, so I shouldn't really see it, but I want to make sure I capture a shadow. Just a general shape of where his foot would go. It's a little broken bridge here. Okay. I'm pretty sure Warner will be hopping on at some point. I'm not sure what time it is where he lives. He might be a couple hours behind, so we'll see him at some point. It's the only one that I'm pretty sure is going to be hopping on for sure. And yeah, we might see some other sketch card artists as well as some comic book artists, writers, creators. Something I have to be very aware of is to take breaks. I'm going to adjust my chair a little bit too. Nope, doesn't go higher up. Spending too much time sitting is not good. About every hour and a half or so, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, stretch my legs, maybe make some more coffee, tinkle. So, I made this branch that just kind of sticks out there, but I really don't like it. Just creates a weird break. So just pretend that never happened. but I don't want to have a branch coming around here. Some foliage to it. Okay, got a nice big branch here, so this one can continue behind them a little bit. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty happy with that. So using a Coal Erase Black pencil, I'm just going to create stronger outline in the areas that are in shadow. And this is just so I don't lose the edge when I do the color layer in a minute. Sort of like spotting the blacks with ink. But I'm not using ink. I forgot something here. Lion eyes. Got it. And the few pure black areas are going to be the lion eye pattern on his vest. So I just want to get that nice and defined. So I'm working on, I think it's Strathmore 300 GSM watercolor paper. I really like the way acrylic paint takes to it. It's got a nice tooth to it, and then a fair amount of weight. Now, right now it's taped to a backing board, just a comic book backing board, and that's to make it easier for me to move around. Also keeps the back clean. Because you can see just by moving around on the table, it's starting to get scuffed up. And tape down to it, you can see my crop marks under the tape. So once it's done, I'm just going to take the tape off, give me a nice soft, nice edge bleeding outside the crop mark, so I'll be able to just cut it right in there. I'll give you a nice edge-to-edge finish. Just move the keyboard out of the way. Now, for when I get into the face, I have a printout of Pat's portrait here. It's not the highest quality print, it's fine for something that's going to end up being so small. You just need to really be able to identify some of the basic features of the face. Pat was very adamant about having some degree of likeness. So while it's not spot on, it's pretty close. I gave Kraven a bigger beard. Pat's, I think his ends up about here. But I figured Kraven's a bushman out in the Amazon hunting stuff, so he's not really he's not manscaping much. It kind of smells too. Now, I use photo reference for a lot of things. Posing, lighting, well, not so much for costume, that's just for comic books, but lighting, textures, everything's photo reference. Some stuff just pictures that I took, poses, different anatomy, or basic pose. A lot of time I'll use this guy to just get the shape. I have a fairly good grasp on anatomy so I can build out the muscles on top of it. The lighting um, can be challenging. So I just use stock photos or some pictures of friends. Sometimes I'll take pictures of myself in the bathroom. Not those kind of pictures. Um, just take pictures to see the lighting. You get really good lighting in a washroom because it's not exactly designed for glamour. So you get nice dramatic lighting. Close, like, if you turn off the light and just keep the hallway door open, you get a nice side light. Stuff like that. Maybe I will give him a more well-groomed beard. There's still time. I have to make his hair messier, but that's in paint, or just have strands of hair kind of sticking out. Okay, I'm not going to touch the edge of the fur because I need to keep a soft edge there. But I should make sure I keep the hand shape. Okay, let's see, what else do I need? No, to make sure. Get a nice detail in his boot. This is shadow as well. Don't want to touch that. Don't need to get. It's looking good. One thing that helps is with this stage, just squinting a little bit to see the shapes that the dark outlines is leaving behind. So when I squint, I'm starting to lose the soft pencil shading, which is fine. I just want to make sure that all the shapes and all the forms that I want visible are still there. So that's essentially what's going to happen when I do the first wash. Those areas are going to get really, really soft. Coffee's good for you. What I want to do. Background music is provided by Lo-Fi Hip Hop Mix 2021. It's a live stream from YouTube, says no copyright. So, works for me. What's going on here? Where's my window? There we go. Hey, Marvel Stunts in the house. What's going on, buddy? Yeah, do what you got to do. If you can pop in, pop in. If you can't, you can always catch up later. Definitely don't change your schedule because of me. I think what I'm going to do just sharpening the pencil. So use a coal erase brown to define some of the shadows on the skin. Just gonna sweet. I don't know what that means, but it sounds exciting. I still don't know how Twitch works. I really should, but I have no idea. I'm guessing what you're saying, you're going to host me on your channel is, I'm assuming that means it's going to play on your channel when you're not streaming, which is cool with me. Yeah, well, you're a few steps ahead of me, buddy. So the reason I'm using the brown here is that when I'm going to do the paint overlay, because it's going to be transparent, I don't want the shadows on the face to be so dark, like, or as dark as they would come when if using a black. So giving this brown base for the shadow will give it a nice warm shadow, but also keep it within the overall values of skin tones. But that's the plan anyways. So what happens when once you lay down paint? Who knows? Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy? I think I've seen you online in ages. Hope everything's good. Where's my pad layer? There we go. It's not for Pat King per se, but it is Pat King. It's a collaboration with Pat King. I'm in portfolio development mode, so trying to balance commissions and sets and things while building um, building some portfolio pieces. And some of them are commissions originally, but the main purpose is to put out some really Marvel sets. I'm streaming on Facebook and YouTube, so I'll multicast. So it's cool because it pulls the comments from everywhere. So in the StreamYard channel, I can see everyone's comments and reply to them. Thanks, Mark. Trying to, yeah. Trying to put in my time. I turned off my phone. Oh, thanks for the share, Mark. Appreciate it. Mark, did you have your con yet? I saw that you have a convention coming up. I can't remember when though. Oh, you might be gone. It's just lo-fi hip hop, or I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. Lo-fi hip hop mix. Looking for royalty free stuff, so I can play it in the background. I don't want to start getting copyright violations midstream. I'll put some death metal on later for you. Oh, looks like I got another artist that's gonna pop on a little later. almost ready for paint. What time is it? 10:45. We should have somebody popping on in 15 minutes. I believe that's the plan. So I'm gonna let me take a quick break before, so I don't hop off while there's a guest on. It's very easy to get carried away with the blocking and pencil. So I'm trying really hard not to do that because it's all going to get covered over in paint. This is all meant to act as a guide. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to take 5. Let's do it. Like that. Yeah, just give me 5. Oh, this is going to be hard underneath. 5 minutes? Almost. About to lay down the first wash of color. And what I'm going to use right now is I'm going to use an extender. I'm going to cover the entire area with a coat of extender medium. Then just put some color down. It's going to make it a little shiny while it's wet. Hopefully not too shiny. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's going to pick up some of the graphite just fine. Just hoping for an even spread. This is going to keep the paint from drying as fast. And also help create transparency. I don't want to lose any of the details. It also helps seal in the pencils a bit. It's not a sealer. I'm just tilting it to make sure I have coverage because it's clear. A little more. I really like this stuff, this Deco Art product by Americana Premium Extender Medium. Can't find it anymore anywhere in Canada. So I have to switch to the Liquitex things, which I heard good things about, but never used it. So not sure how that will behave. Every product's a little bit different, so you might be better as an extender. I mean, this stuff doesn't add that much more life to the paint. Just enough. I have a feeling the Liquitex, because it's more of a premium product, will give the paint a little bit more life before it fully dries. Let's see, missed the spot there. So don't want a thick coat. So let's see, a little bit over there. All right. I'm gonna add in some daffodil yellow, which might be a little too light. We'll find out in a sec. So I have the yellow over in this area, and then go green with the rest. It's a very bright yellow. That's my rag. Very soft, much like the background music. Now I'm going to throw in some Hunter green, which is a cool green. It'll create a nice contrast between the warmth of the yellow, and that's going to cover everything else. I'm going to start down here just in case it's too dark. I have a little bit of yellow mixed in with it just because it's on my plate. So add some more medium. You can see the brown is really starting to pop through now. Because the extender medium is doing its job and it's extending the paint, I'm actually rubbing some of the paint off, which is not great. But I can use that to my advantage to create some texture. Not that kind of texture. Let's see. It's looking good. Green area is a little moist, so we're gonna getting a little network warning here. Oh, went away. All right. Starting to really come down here. The snow's starting to pick up. I think it's supposed to get 25 centimeters overnight. So that might have an impact on network connectivity. Hopefully it doesn't cause too many issues. That would really be unfortunate. swatches of paint here. Like that. Starting to think that maybe I should have just used water for the wash. Hey, Jamie. Morning, buddy. What's going on? Let me get an edging brush. Yeah, that's a little better. What is this? Thanks, buddy. I'll be here all day. One hour in, 5 to go, maybe 6. Should be picking up the pace soon. Now that I got some colors down. I can really see in the stream that this area is really wet. Oh yeah. Just the way the camera is picking up the reflections. No, I don't want to take a survey. Oh, all right. I think we have our first guest for today. Let me stop the background music because that's going to echo and it's going to drive everyone nuts. Second. Switch to headphones. Can you guys still hear me? Testing, testing. No, that's not the one I want. I want testing. All right, this should be good. Good morning, Rodney.
Hey, how we doing?
We're doing well.
Good. What you got going on there, Kraven?
Craving some Kraven.
Craving some Kraven.
Yeah.
All right.
So, for those watchers that don't know who you are,
okay,
you want to introduce yourself, or do you want me to do it?
Let's have you do it. I'll be interested to see how you do it.
All right. So this morning we have a very talented artist, writer, inker, colorist, and connoisseur of roadside cheese, Rodney Fike.
You are correct, sir.
There we go. And a man of 1,000 voices.
There we go. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Although there will be no trekking out for cheese for a while. There's too much winter chicanery going on.
Yeah, it started picking up here too. I think we're supposed to get like 25 centimeters overnight.
Now, what's that in inches?
No, let me Google that. Let's see.
It's like 300, right?
About 10 inches.
10 inches. Yeah, that's about what we're supposed to get.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Can't wait.
Yeah, well,
Wait.
Can make a joke about getting 10 inches overnight, but
yeah, that's usually a good thing. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah. So what are you up to? What are you working on there?
I'm working on a commission for a friend of mine. This is for a friend of his, and it's Thanos with Bat Cow. Don't ask me why, but there's some sort of running joke between the two of them between Thanos and Bat Cow.
So is Thanos milking Bat Cow?
Yes. And
I have so many comments.
Yeah, I'm
that I'm just gonna keep to myself.
I don't know how I feel about it. I thought I was liking this, but I don't know. I might just I might have to just go through this to get it out of my system and then start over.
Really wrap your mind around or wrap your head around.
Yeah, I'm just, you know how sometimes you just gotta suss through something to get there. I mean, I thought the initial idea was kind of funny, you know, him reaching down there and milking it, but I mean, he's got the little teat in his hand right here, so maybe I can keep working on it and find it in there.
Jamie's in the house. Says good morning, Rodney.
Good morning, Jamie. How are you? Oh man. So who's the Kraven for?
It's not for anyone in particular.
Oh, okay.
It's portfolio development piece.
Gotcha.
And, yeah, it's based on cosplay from Pat King, who I know the name came up on your stream the other day. He's actor, stuntman, voice recorder, streamer, and I guess model. And he modeled for about 30 of the MM20s for Dave Palumbo.
Okay.
I met him, and he's a great guy. He's watching, I think.
All right.
On Twitch. That's Marvel Stunts in the comments.
How we doing, Pat? Pat King. Yeah, I think Sean and Josh have talked about him, I believe, and you have talked about him as well.
Yeah, because you guys on your stream, you were talking about the casting of Kraven.
Oh yeah,
Being Keanu Reeves, and I think Josh chimed in saying that Pat King is Kraven.
I could see it. I could see it. Why not?
Jamie says he's feeling a little better today, and thanks for checking in on him. COVID-19 sucks.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be a common phrase. COVID sucks.
COVID sucks. I would agree with that.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
So I didn't catch you guys on your stream on Friday. I was sucked into watching box breaks of stuff on EPAC.
Okay.
So I'm like, I'll just watch one more and then I'll hop on, and then it's 10 o'clock. And you guys were gone.
It's okay. You didn't. You missed my worst performance ever, so it's all good.
I'm rewatching that tonight.
That's what I was getting ready to say. So make sure to go back and watch it. Epic fail on my part.
This was your couples night, right?
Yeah.
Couples therapy.
I was on the struggle bus with the female profile shot, and they were piling on. It was pretty funny. At one point, I just gave up and started making fun of myself with them.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing it now.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I struggle colossally with females. I don't know what it is. I think it's because I've spent so many years drawing guys in tights that I struggle with women. So, and especially in a profile. So it was quite comical.
Sean's in the house watching. Says hopefully you can join in later after you get some stuff wrapped up.
Yeah, see, he'll tell you how funny it was. Was I on the struggle bus or what Friday night, Sean?
Did you guys do the WandaVision wrap up?
We did not. We had both watched it, but we don't. We do this week's episode next week because we don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. So Thursday night, we had talked about last week's episode. So,
oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I remember that.
Yeah. So we had talked about last week's episode, although this week's was pretty good.
Yeah, it was really good. I think I messaged Sean right after I finished it, saying, "Oh my god." And you hadn't watched it already because you were just streamed. It's like, oh, I gotta go watch it. So many Easter eggs.
And Sean says, "Oh yeah, that bus producer beef threw you under that was hilarious."
I really gotta watch this.
Yeah, it was a good time. Sometimes you just gotta surrender to the situation, and it was my turn.
Just give in and take it.
Just give in and take it.
Yeah,
it was funny.
Tina says it's literally like watching paint dry.
She knows. She was there.
I really want to watch this now.
It's funny. It's really funny.
totally on that.
It looks like this will be our most highly rated episode.
Yeah, people do like to watch a train wreck.
Yep.
Not saying that.
Oh no, dude! It was
a train wreck.
It was a train wreck. That was a train wreck. I admit it freely.
You know? That poor cow. I don't know. The cow seems to be enjoying itself.
Yeah, it's got a smile. Well, that's what prompted the composition, is because I was like, okay, bat cow, bat cow, bat cow. So I wasn't really too familiar with bat cow, and I went and I saw the DC Comics bat cow, and I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of funny. And then I went and I Googled pictures of cows, and I came across this picture of this cow with a big smile on his face, and then it just hit me. I was like, oh, okay, let's do this. So.
Really starting to blur the lines between fantasy art and fetish art, though.
That's right. But you know what they say? Fetish art pays really well.
I've heard that. I had someone reach out to me a while back, and then they ghosted me. But originally, they wanted dragons and elves and whatever, which told the story. It was in a group. Sorry, he posted in a group that he wanted a recreation of a painting he used to own years ago that he had to sell, but he had a lot of pictures of it.
Right.
If anyone could do a painting, like proper painting recreation. So I reached out. I'm like, yeah, no, I can totally recreate a painting. That's not a problem. And then he's like, okay, show me some of your stuff. So I flip him over to my Instagram, and my Instagram is all like men in tights and superhero stuff, right?
Right.
It's like, oh, I don't think you're a fit because you don't really draw dragons and dwarves. And I told him, like, well, you're not asking me to create something original, right? You asked me to reproduce. So, I mean, that was more to show you the paint capabilities, right? I can photocopy a painting for you, right? Anyways, long story short, he decided not to use me, but he's like, oh, I see you can do human form. Would you be into doing some fetish stuff? So I said, yeah, but I'll charge you extra. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. He's like, I'm going on a business trip. I'll be back in a week. I'll reach out. But then I had to run that by the wife. So yeah, there's a good chance I'm going to be drawing some really kinky things for the next little while. So that's okay. Just don't do it at home. And don't you be bringing naked models into the kitchen. Oh. Hey, good morning, Brandon. Yes, that is a cow. That is Thanos milking bat cow.
That is bat cow. Yes, I have to add his cape here.
So I'm really not familiar with bat cow. Is it just?
Oh, I'm not either. But what I do know is that apparently Batman and Damian Robin were out fighting somebody, and they ended up in a slaughterhouse. And this was the last cow that was left or something or other. And Damian fell in love with the cow and wanted to take the cow home. And Batman said no. And he didn't want the cow to be slaughtered. So they left. And I guess Damian came back and got the cow and brought him back to the bat cave, I guess. And he's got a mask and he's got a cape and it's bat cow. So,
does bat cow have any powers?
I don't know. I've told you everything I know.
So it's not like the Super Pup or
no, it's not like Super Dog or
Super Dog,
Batmite or anything like that. That I'm aware of. I don't know. I mean, he could produce radioactive milk or something. I don't know.
Could be quite menacing to those that are lactose intolerant.
Exactly. He could drench you with his udders of doom.
Hashtag udders of doom.
Udders of doom.
Cool. You got any other exciting projects on the go that you can discuss?
Let's see what's going on.
There's the Tune thing, right? That's launching any day now.
Yeah, that launches tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. The 17th, Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah.
Or the 6th. It's either tomorrow or Wednesday.
Soon. Coming soon.
Yes, very, very soon. So we'll be pimping that hard. Then I am finally covering the next issue of Pitter Patter, which I'm excited about. Adding little things into the background, which are going to be little Easter eggs for people to try to find. I was actually doing that this morning and then thought of something else additionally to add. So it just keeps building. I built some things into the background to add things. And so, yeah, it's been fun.
Sorry, Sean is correcting you. Male cows don't have udders.
Okay.
I think because you kept on referencing her as a he.
Right.
I'm just saying I don't think Sean's as busy as he's pretending he is if he's paying attention to all the little details like that.
Right? Oh, and speaking of the Fornies, I just finished my Wendigo story yesterday for the Scarlet Huntress Field Guide to Cryptids and Other Creatures. And I sent that off to Stephanie yesterday. And then I started working on the Frogman story. And did some research and jotted down some notes. I got about 3 or 4 paragraphs into it. So
nice.
That's on its way too. And that's going to be more of a comedy than but still a cryptid story, but just a comedic cryptid story. Because come on, frogs walking on their hind legs. That reeks of comedy.
Yeah.
So that's the approach I'm taking with that one.
Do we know when that's coming out yet?
Mr. Forney?
Oh, yeah. Should probably ask him. It's his project. But, oh, yeah, he's saying the Power Ninja Tunes comes out tomorrow, and he shared the link to the Kickstarter. Let me actually copy that. How do I copy that? I can't copy that. Okay. It's going to drop it in the comments, but hang on. Let me Kickstarter. Stop it. Okay, so Scarlet's Field Guide's going to be ready in March. Discover. How do I search for the project? Can you not search for a project on Kickstarter?
I just go into Kickstarter and type it in.
Projects.
It usually pulls up all the similar Kickstarters, and that's how I find it.
Search. Oh, there it is. Power Ninja Tunes. Tunes Power Ninja Tunes. Yeah, I can't find it. Sorry, Sean, if you can message me the link, I'll post it so it goes on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can't seem to be able to copy it from your comments.
So yeah, that's that. I got that going on, and then a couple of other things. Working on got a couple of commissions lined up. Always looking for more. So if anybody's interested, want to check out the work, go to Rodney Fike on Instagram, The Art of Rodney Fike on Facebook, Go to hazm.com, which is the website where all our books are. HAZZUM. Check out everything there.
HAZZUM.com, right?
Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
No problem. Bing, my phone's binging. Okay, that's Sean sending that link. Let me grab that. And blue's done, right?
Oh yeah, Blue. Kickstarter just ended one day last week. Successful. So that will be coming. He will be fulfilling those orders very soon.
Cool.
John Wilson was the author, and I was the artist. Dave Lentz, graphic designer, letterer extraordinaire, did the lettering and graphic design for the book. So yeah, I've been busy little bee.
Busy bee. And I just noticed some of the people that are watching. Do you want to talk about APs?
Say that again. I heard half.
Some of the people that are watching are collectors.
Oh, okay.
So, are you open for APs? If anybody's interested.
Talk about MPs. Is that what you said?
No, about APs. Like
APs. Yeah. So if anybody is interested, I do have some APs from several card sets that I worked on, Marvel card sets, Spider-Man Far From Home, Marvel Premiere, Marvel Flair, Marvel 80th Anniversary. They're right behind me. Hang on a second.
Yeah. The man's got some APs. Brandon, you can get a nice what's his name? Not Black Lightning. Black Lightning?
Let's see. There we go.
That's Black Lightning milking a cow.
Yeah. Flair.
Or Black Bull.
Flair. Avengers Endgame. 3 of those. Spider-Man Far From Home. Got some Transformers. 3 Transformers APs. Marvel Golden Age, Captain America, Bucky Barnes. Then Avengers Infinity Wars. I have 3 of those. And I did some Chasing Amy cards, and I went ahead and did my Jay and Silent Bob on those. So there those are if anybody's interested in those. So
lots to choose from.
So message me on at the Art of Rodney Fike if you're interested, and we can work something out and go from there.
Sweet.
So,
Russell Allen in the house. What's going on, buddy?
Thank you for that. Hey, Russ, how you doing, buddy?
The granddaddy of the Xeno Titty Titan.
His Kickstarter is starting tomorrow as well. Was that correct, Russell?
I believe so. He might hop on a little later.
Oh, cool.
We'll see if the stars align.
All right, so let's go back there.
Yeah, and Warren was supposed to hop on at some point. He said he's going to be on all day, but he might be shoveling snow.
Yeah, I shoveled snow last week and have been paying for it ever since with my back. So I have been told I'm not allowed to shovel snow today. Herniated discs and shoveling snow don't mix.
Mm. Russell is doing okay. It's got 10 inches of snow. Crappy day on the road, I bet.
Woohoo!
Yeah, and I can't pronounce what it is, so I'm just going to call it Xenotitty Titan, which is not the right name. Is launching tomorrow on Prime.
Nanite Titan?
That sounds more like it. Yeah.
Nanite Titan.
Xenonanite Titan is launching tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central on the Brian K. Morris show.
Sweet. Brian K. Morris is the man as well, Rising Tide Publications, and he has a podcast on every day, Monday through Friday, I believe. I believe he goes on at 10 o'clock Eastern, called Never Mind the Furthermore, or Further Mind the Nevermore. And he's a super, super nice guy, and he is the king of hype as well.
Sweet. I don't think I've ever seen his. There's so many.
Yeah, he's
Yes, but
he's the guy that wears the fez, the red fez. I don't know if that rings any bells, but
I might have seen. Yeah, I might have seen people share it, but
yeah,
I don't think I've ever watched.
yeah, he's a great guy. Super, super nice, and it's all about promoting indie creators. Brian is also an author himself, having published several books of his own. So yeah, he's a multi-talented guy, a sweet man, and if you've got something that you need pumped, pimped, whatever, other than Russell, he is your man there.
Cool. He flipped me a link when you get a chance to one of his streams so I can subscribe.
Okay.
Or, well, I guess if Russell's launching there, he will be promoting it.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I'll catch it. Ooh, I really should have cleaned my paint.
So, how did the Captain America turn out?
Oh, I'm fairly pleased with it.
Do you have it on hand?
Right here.
Oh man, that is very nice.
Yeah, so now it looks a little dark on screen, but it's just I'm letting the paint settle for a day or two, before I glaze it or varnish it.
Very good. Nice job.
Thank you. Oh, saying I'm fairly pleased with it. I really like the way it came out. I'm happy. Give myself a nice pat on the back for that one.
No, it looks good. I like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make prints like trading card size prints of it. To see how that reproduces, because it's the perfect aspect ratio. It's a 5:7, right? So then it's just 4x a trading card.
It'll shrink down proportionately. There you go.
You see what it looks like. See how much detail I lose.
I wouldn't think you'd lose much, especially if you're scanning it at 600 dpi or higher. It should be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it in the studio and do like a proper picture of it. So I'll end up being like, I don't know, what's 42 megapixels in resolution. It'll be a huge file. So we'll see.
We shall see what we shall see.
We learn. Is that right? Learn, watch and learn. Something like that.
Watch and learn. Do and learn.
That's it. Go get my learn on.
Nothing wrong with that. I get my learn on every day, whether I like it or not.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
And it's funny is I've got some younger artists in my Facebook feed, and I've been on Facebook for I guess over 10 years now. So some of the younger ones have grown and matured and grown into their styles and become really good artists. But you always get that new wave of artists, and there's a particular person, and they posted something And I looked at it. Now, let me preface this by saying I am not the best artist in the world. I understand my shortcomings, but there are things that I do know, and I can't help others with. So I did a sketch of his composition, fixing um, what he had done wrong, and sent it to him. And I hesitated to do that because I know sometimes people will take that the wrong way
Yeah.
and get offended. But I'm trying to help him, and thankfully he took it very well. So I don't know. I'm just a goof. I like to help people.
There's nothing wrong with that. But I know what you mean. Some people take it the wrong way. But keep on going off frame here. I'm like, oh, what do you think? Any feedback? Then you give them feedback, and they're like, well, what do you know? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, well, I'm not your mom, so if you don't want to know what I really think, don't ask. And I've found that to be more and more prevalent in this age of political correctness. Um, I don't know. I guess I'll just squirrel myself right there.
Yeah, I know. I know where you're going. Is trying to be very
Yeah.
choosing your words very wisely.
Squirrel.
Um,
How about that WandaVision?
yeah, it's fantastic. So good. Great writing.
Yes. I was getting the biggest kick out of the Vision running around in bright yellow boxer shorts.
What was he supposed to be? Like a Mexican wrestler?
That's what he referred himself to, but that was the act. That's the original Vision costume from.
Yeah, and it's the same for Wanda when she's like, "Oh, it's a Sokovian fortune teller," which I
Yeah.
thought was very a nice spin on it to explain the costume.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It was a pretty intense, pretty brilliant episode. I definitely dug it.
really hope that Falcon and what's the one after? Is it Loki?
Yeah.
Yeah, that they maintain the same momentum and quality of.
I know that trailer, Falcon and Winter Soldier trailer. Really, I was really pleased with that, and I was really digging the humor.
Oh yeah,
between the two of them. That's great. I love that.
Yeah, Sean says the producers aren't here and you're still getting squirreled. Yeah, I didn't squirrel him, right?
I squirreled myself.
Um,
and I could feel you wanting to squirrel me, so I just shut up.
Yeah, Falcon, it just looks like a good old-fashioned buddy cop thing, like Lethal Weapon or Tango and Cash.
Yeah.
Actually, more Tango and Cash. They kind of don't like each other. No.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be interesting. And yeah, really looking forward to the next wave of Marvel stuff. How do you feel about the Snyder cut? Are you excited?
No, I'm tired of hearing about it.
Right?
And what's the point? Because they're not going to do anything else additionally with Justice League, from what I understand. So, who cares?
Yeah, it just I don't know.
I don't. The guy that plays Cyborg doesn't want to play Cyborg anymore. The guy that played the Flash, said something or did something that pissed everybody off, so nobody wants him back. Ben's not coming back.
Who?
Ben Affleck.
So I thought he's still doing one Batman.
Oh, is he still doing a Batman? I don't know. There are just too
No,
many things
no.
going against the Justice League going forward as far as the cinematic Justice League.
Right. Sorry, I should just say about Affleck's Batman contracts. Like his appearance in Suicide Squad counted as one of his Batman appearances. So when they said that he's in to play Batman in X amount of films, doesn't mean that he's the lead. Just a cameo might be it. So if they do a Green Lantern and he pops in and says, "Oh, hey Hal, I like your pants," that could be his contractual obligation.
Huh. Okay.
Right? Or flashback, flash forward in Suicide Squad, the new one. But I'm with you, especially I didn't know that they're not doing Justice League anymore, but the Snyder cut is just like, okay. Why couldn't you release this when it was relevant?
Yeah. I mean, and I found that movie to be one way too long, and just
Forced?
forced and convoluted and forced and yeah, it's just they were trying to do too much, and an hour and 40 minutes gets turned into 2 hours and 20 minutes, gets turned into 3 hours and 5 minutes, and it's just like, my God, can we leave yet? I don't know. I just
Yeah.
Warner Brothers just, I don't know what their issues are with comic book movies, but they laid the blueprint, with Superman, and then they haven't gotten anything right since 2,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Jamie says that's one of the things he appreciates about you guys. It's one of the reasons that I started drawing again. Let me just put that on screen. And then believe me when I say that you guys do inspire people, and any advice you guys give is really helpful.
Oh, thanks, Jamie.
There you go.
Yeah, we were talking about the my epic fail the other night, and I think that's what makes us endearing to folks is we don't, they Tina thought I was mad, and I'm like, I wasn't mad, I was embarrassed. I said, but you just get to a point where you're like, Jesus, this does suck. you just you just got to laugh at yourself, and
Just roll with it.
yeah, and people appreciate the honesty. Everybody that knows me and has watched us knows that I struggle with drawing women. So it's it was fun to just release the attention and the anxiety and just run with it and have fun with it.
That's great.
All right.
Let's see.
So what's the motivation for doing a 24-hour stream?
It's okay. It's not 24 hours.
Oh,
It's gonna be like 6 hours or 7 hours. It's a
Okay.
full workday stream.
okay. So what brought that on?
Well, the original idea, which was the pitch for you and Sean to do a 24-hour stream,
Oh,
but you guys
shot that down.
shut that down because I don't know why. You're not committed enough, I guess.
Yeah, I guess
Um,
we're slackers.
slackers. That's okay. That's 24-hour stream is just kind of stupid, right? Like, well, really, there's no point. But I wanted to, like, I'm trying to build a portfolio.
Uh-huh.
Like, sketch cards are great and kind of like sketch commission things are good, but I'm trying to build a portfolio of some more in-depth pieces, which means I got to spend more time on them.
Right.
Right. So the Captain America, which is a commission, but again, I'll spend a lot of time on that. That's going to be a portfolio piece. And I said, unless I'm going to sit down and spend 8, 9, 10 hours on a piece, I'm not going to get the refinement that I want.
Right.
So being a long weekend, so everything's closed here. I don't know about the States, or maybe some parts of the States. I said, okay, I'm gonna make this an art day. But I have a tendency of going on YouTube, and 3 hours later,
Uh-huh.
you know what that's like. So
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like, ooh, kidding.
Jumping down those rabbit holes.
Yeah, you just go down a rabbit hole and watch trailers and a podcast and burn half the day not doing anything. So if I stream, I'm kind of have to do it.
Right. You're holding yourself accountable and being productive.
Exactly.
And that's great. I mean, that shows a level of professionalism and a level of commitment to your craft. And yeah, so that's definitely commendable.
Thank you, sir. So now, whether I get this piece finished in the stream is yet to be determined.
Right.
I mean, that's one of the things that I struggle with is I work really slow.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Is it though?
Well, unless you're on on something that there's a tight production, schedule. Yeah, you work till it's done, and the important thing is that you're conscious of the pace. So that in itself, shows a lack of awareness, which is good.
Mhm.
But the question is, if you got into a situation where you got on a book or you got into a studio and you had to be productive, timely and productive, could you do it? And if you can, great. If you can't, that's great too, because you don't have to. You've got a job. You do what you do. If you're doing commissions and the stuff that you do and your artwork and portfolio pieces, then, then that's fine. But
Yeah.
in doing that, in continuing to do that and hone your craft, you do become quicker.
Yeah, exactly. And that was my kind of where I was going with it. It's like I was talking about it on. It seems like I talk about this almost every time I stream. Is that the more you do it, the better and faster you get at it.
Yeah.
Right. So I think I'm at a point in my painting skills where I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing, and now I just need to get faster.
Yeah.
So on one hand, you're getting better, improving, getting better understanding of the medium and the products and whatever, and then on the other hand, you're just getting faster with it. So I think I've grown to a point from a quality where I'm happy with, and now I just have to keep on doing it to get faster.
Yeah. So and that's so you're right on track with you have a plan, you set it in motion, you're executing that plan. So what more can you ask for of yourself? You've checked off all the boxes and you're doing everything the way it needs to be done. So in my book, that's a success.
Yeah, well, apparently we need more zombie strippers.
More zombie stories?
Strippers.
I can do that.
Yeah, well, Sean's trolling me about zombie strippers now because I kept on asking you guys for a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What else is saying? President's Day in the States, Canada has what's called Family Day. Don't ask me what the point of this is, but
Family Day?
Yeah, that's what today is. It's the Monday after Valentine's Day, or the second Monday of February, whatever it is.
Okay.
They introduced it like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
Man, okay. I'm okay with it. Take a long weekend in February.
Hey, it's a day off of work, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to hop off of here just for a second to go use the little boy's room, and I will be right back.
Okay. We'll be here.
I'll close the door so you don't have to listen.
If you want to listen to it, then we'll go on OnlyFans. All right, Jamie says, I was going to say, I went back and watched that episode. It's nice to see that even at the level you guys are at, sometimes you guys struggle. So, Jamie, I'm guessing you're talking about the episode where Rodney nerfed the female portrait the other day. I haven't watched it yet, so I'm going to watch that tonight. Yeah, Sean, Family Day celebrate all those kids created on V-Day. So I don't know if it's a happy day or a sad day, or I guess depends on how you like things. I think it's really more to coincide with the U.S. because so much commerce is related to what happens down south. So if everyone in the States is off, might as well shut down Canada. Shut it down.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
Everything came out okay.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
So
I was saying we could throw together a quick OnlyFans if you want to take the audience to the wash.
that's another channel.
That's another channel, yeah.
That's the Patreon channel.
Oh, okay. Patreon. Get exclusive access to some of the behind the scenes.
Yes. That's where you go for the X-rated commissions.
All right. We're back to the fetish art. It's funny how it all just kind of comes back, right? Just loop-de-loop.
It all comes back to sex.
So is this Bat Cow piece, is that a sketch cover or is that...
No. It's 9x12 Bristol.
Oh, okay. Colored?
Yes. Yes, and he's got a like the brown. There's like a brown on his head here that's kind of in the shape of the bat signal. Yeah, I know. Hey man, I didn't create the dude. I'm just drawing him.
Yeah. I'm not judging. Just trying to understand the character, his motivation. What makes him tick, or her. It's a her, as Sean.
It's a her. What
Sean correctly pointed out.
All right. I'm pulling up some reference here real quick. There she is.
Back to the line eyes.
Excuse me. All right.
So the thing I didn't really plan out in this day is meals.
Ah,
I have coffee and a Twix bar.
well. How far are you away from sustenance?
Oh, I could just order some delivery.
There you go. What sounds good?
No, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go and skip the dishes and see who's got a family day promo in the area.
There you go. I think mine's going to be a leftover lunch. There are plenty of leftovers. Yeah.
We had fried chicken the other day, so there's tons of leftovers at home. Which, if I was half awake when I left the house, I could have just put some chicken in some Tupperware.
You're slipping on us.
I really struggled to get out of bed this morning. And I'm glad that it didn't start snowing yet, because that's why it's scheduled originally to start the stream at 10 in case we get hit with snow and I know I have like shovel or clean the driveway. I still only got here at 9:30 because I couldn't drag my ass out of bed.
Yeah, it really hasn't started snowing here yet. We got maybe less than an inch right now. They said it was supposed to start at 11 o'clock last night. Then they said it was supposed to start at 1. Well, I kept getting up and checking. Nothing. Got up this morning. Nothing. Went into the kitchen, made some coffee. Came out, was getting ready to walk down into the basement where the studio is, and it was snowing. So I looked at about an hour later, and it stopped, and it's still not snowing.
Yeah, that sounds like what we had in the forecast, because it was supposed to snow overnight, a couple of centimeters. We didn't get squat.
Yeah. So hopefully it holds off, because it hit here last week at rush hour, and it took Tina and her sister like 3 hours to get home.
Oof.
So hopefully it doesn't do the same thing today.
You guys aren't shut down, right? Because of COVID?
No.
Pretty, yeah.
No. Actually, Ohio just, as of Friday, they just opened things back up, and they just allowed the bars to open up till 2:30 again, and
Oh, wow.
all of that. Now you still have to wear your masks.
Yeah.
But the bars and restaurants are. We had it was a 9 or a 10 o'clock curfew for the longest time, but that was lifted last Wednesday, and then Friday, all the bars and restaurants are allowed to stay open their normal hours, which is 2:30.
Yeah, we're still in like pretty much lockdown mode.
And our cases of COVID, the last 5 weeks we've had declining numbers of cases. So hopefully it's starting to process itself out, and we can get back to normal existence.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. So we're gonna get a little bored with the COVID.
Yeah, I'm over it.
But yeah. Yeah, we're schools are opening back up tomorrow.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just like grocery stores, pharmacies. And that's it. Everybody else is curbside pickup.
I wanna go to a damn movie theater and watch a movie.
Yeah, I want the movie theaters to open already.
I miss the movie theaters.
I mean, it's going to be interesting because part of what drives, I mean, you know, there's all the government regulations that are going to say, okay, you can open, but until Hollywood and the film studios and the distributors say, okay, we're comfortable enough opening a real film, like a big title, blockbuster title with the current, because there's still, even once the first stage of opening, there's still going to be limited capacity.
Right.
Social distancing, everything like that. So whether it's 30%, 40%, 50%, whatever it is that they'll allow. So the distributors have to say, okay, I'm comfortable opening a quiet place with 30% capacity. And that's probably not going to happen right away.
Yeah, I know. Just
So you can go to the movies and watch Jaws, or When You Hope, but you're probably not gonna get Black Widow unless they do like day in with Disney Plus, which they might.
yeah.
They did that with Mulan, right? Oh, but yeah, Mulan was like a rental for $30 or something like that.
Yeah, and then that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that didn't work out for them that well. That'd be interesting. There's tons of movies that were supposed to come out last year that were really hyped up that people want to see. You go through the list if you like.
Ghostbusters, Black Widow,
Top Gun,
Top Gun,
Quiet Place 2,
Quiet Place 2,
Bond,
Bond.
Morbius.
The list, oh yeah, Morbius. The list goes on and on. Speaking of Morbius, we watched The Little Things last night on HBO Max.
The little things.
Denzel Washington and Jared Leto and the guy
From Robot.
yeah, the guy that played Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. Is that any good?
I thought it was pretty good. It's a long movie. It's like 2 hours and 30 minutes, but it kept our attention.
There's nothing wrong with a long movie as long as it keeps going, right?
Yeah, and this was the pacing was very well. They didn't bring in the Jared Leto character so pretty deep into the movie. And I'll tell you what, man, he's a really really good actor because just watching him, like his body language and the way he carried himself. I know he was in character, but that he did not look like Jared Leto,
Right.
and he just played that role perfectly. Very eerie and just menacing and creepy, and it was very well done on his part.
I have to check that out whenever it's available here. We don't have HBO Max in Canada,
Oh, okay.
so unless they license something to Amazon or Netflix, we won't get it. It's in theaters in Canada at the 5 theaters that are open.
Oh,
But
that's just so bizarre.
well, Canada, if you look at from a film economics point of view, Canada is the equivalent of Los Angeles. So,
Okay.
in terms of population and box office.
Yeah.
So it's not really a top priority from a distribution point of view.
Right.
Right?
So you live in the greater Toronto area, correct?
Yeah.
What's the population of that area?
The Greater Toronto, I think, is 6,
6? Okay.
maybe more.
So you're roughly the size of like an Atlanta, or
Yeah, it's all just shy of 6.
6. Okay. Yeah, that's about what Atlanta is.
But yeah, and it's one of the largest metro areas in Canada. Like
What are
Sorry?
What are the other larger metropolitan areas?
Greater Vancouver,
Okay, right.
Greater Montreal, Greater Ottawa. That's about it.
What about British Columbia? Or is that's
Vancouver, British Columbia is a province, so it's
Okay.
a state, but the
Okay.
Greater Vancouver, which is NBC, that's
Okay.
a large area, right?
'Cause they do a lot of Hollywood does a lot of filming up there in Vancouver.
Oh yeah, a lot of TV shows are done there. Basically, like I think the CW, everything they produce is up there. They might have a lot. And they film a lot of stuff in Toronto as well. Like The Boys, that's all filmed in Toronto.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, the what's that tower called? The tower, the Tower 7 or 7 Tower.
7 Tower, something like that. Yeah.
That's is it the Art Gallery of Ontario building? No, Royal Ontario Museum. That's the base, the weird glass shape at the bottom. And
Yeah.
then just CG'd in a tower on top of it.
Huh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they film a lot of stuff here. It's cheaper.
Yeah, that actually they film a lot of stuff here in Cincinnati. They're pretty accommodating with people. And the thing with Cincinnati is there's an area called Over the Rhine, and it's they're old buildings. They're like turn of the century 19th century buildings. So
Does
they,
anyone live there?
huh?
Does anyone live there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually, they've. It was originally back in the early part of the 20th century. It was a highly desirable place to live, and then, like most areas, it ran down and became overrun with, um, you know, uh, just drugs and
right.
stuff like that. And about 10, 12 years ago, they started doing regentrification in the area. And now it's like a upscale, kitschy place to, go get you a $12 hot dog. And
Ooh,
yeah,
fancy.
yeah, a lot of boutiques and upscale bars and restaurants and stuff. And they just keep expanding. They keep block after block after block, and yeah, it's nice, but off the beaten path where all the old buildings still exist, that's where they do a lot of the filming. So yeah, it's pretty neat. We were downtown last summer delivering a car, and they had one of the streets blocked off, and we drove past it, and you looked down it, and it looked like 1974. All the old period piece cars were there, and everybody was dressed like it was the 70s with the bell-bottom jeans and the wide lapels and the feathered shoulder-length feathered hair. And yeah, it was pretty neat. It had the big old crane cameras over the street, and well, big old lights and stuff.
You guys had someone on your stream a while back who does a lot of extra work. Is that Silverback?
Silverback, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a character.
Oh yeah, he's a hoot.
Yeah.
He is a hoot.
Because he was in like Walking Dead and some other stuff, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he just went. He was on a movie set last week as a background, like a prisoner. He posted some pictures.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that on his Instagram.
Yeah, he had on his orange prison jumpsuit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he's been doing that for quite a few years. Of course, he lives in the greater Atlanta area, and that's where they film The Walking Dead. So he's been on several episodes of The Walking Dead.
Sweet.
So that's kind of cool.
Kind of ruins the magic of film when you know that it's the same extra over and over again.
Well, that's the funny thing. There, I follow a guy on Facebook, Tim Proctor, and he's been a zombie with The Walking Dead since day one.
Oh, he's a regular zombie.
Yeah, there's like 15, or I think for some reason I want to say 17. There's like 17 people because they're really skinny and emaciated looking, and they just make them up, different zombie get-ups every episode, and it's those same people that they just keep using again and again because they're reliable, they know what's going on, they know how to do their jobs, and but, you get that in every industry. You get a chunk of people that
So your go-to crew.
Yeah, the A-team.
Keel and Peel?
Kid and Peele, yeah.
Yeah, they did a bit about zombies, zombie extras. Actually, quite fun. You should look it up.
Huh, I'll definitely do that. I was watching a couple episodes of that a couple weeks ago.
That's the kind of shit I get into and then not end up doing anything for 3 hours. I'm like, I'm just going to watch this one funny video.
That's your rabbit hole that you jump down?
Yeah, Facebook's gotten bad with it too now because you watch a stream, right? And then you go to the washroom, go get coffee, or get on the phone, and then you come back and the stream's over.
Yeah.
And like, oh, here's some other videos you may like. Like, oh yeah, you're right. I might like that. And
3 hours later.
3 hours later. Like, oh yeah, I was making coffee.
Yeah. No, I get you. I think I lost probably an hour and a half yesterday just to scrolling on Facebook. And I hate it because it's like, God damn, put this away. You've got stuff to do, but it's like a moth to a flame.
Yeah. I think I've gotten done with just endless scrolling on Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah.
I'll, in the morning, I'll kind of swipe through, check out a couple of things, but
Yeah.
that's
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that's what I do. I do a lot of scrolling. I don't get involved in, arguments or anything like that. Or
oh,
I scroll, mindlessly scroll.
But what I've been doing now is like with Facebook, I just look at the notifications,
Oh, yeah.
right? Like, okay, somebody tag you or something new in this group or whatever, and that's it. Not really scrolling feeds for endlessly looking for some digestible content.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just getting old, or I'm bored with it.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to bounce off here. My stomach is yelling at me to put something in it. So
Feel the void.
feel the void. Exactly. So
Cool.
then-
Well, yeah, it's Thanos is definitely milking a cow,
yes, he is. Yes, he is.
and he doesn't look happy about it though.
Yeah. Well, there's a camera present, so he's a little embarrassed.
All right.
All right. So I've got other stuff I got to jump onto too. So
Yeah.
thanks for having me on. And how late you doing this?
Till I pass out.
So you pass out. Okay. Well, I might hop on later.
Yeah. At least till 4.
Okay.
If not longer. So I'll be here.
Okay. That
Cool.
sounds
Thanks
good.
so much, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks. Bye.
And I lost focus again. What is going on with my camera? There we go.
Okay, we're back to background music, I think. So let me know if you can hear the music. Where's my stream video? There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was nice to have Ron Eagle hop on for a bit. He's a great guy. Love chatting with him. I think I might need to take a little break. I can stretch my legs. Make some more coffee. Do that in a minute though. Hoping the background parts, it's still wet. You can see the extender medium really gives more life to the paint. If I would have used water, this would have dried like an hour ago. I'm almost done with the values on blocking in the values in Kraven himself. So I guess I can work my way down the suit. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Just really use black for this. What's that now? Apparently there's an update on my phone. Last time I did an update, I couldn't get audio on Facebook, so we'll see how that works out for me this time around. So we'll see how this long string goes. Hopefully I'm okay with it. So maybe I'll do some long streams more often. Hopefully this spring I'll be able to get proper internet at home, which will make it a lot simpler to stream stuff. And then gotta do the drink and draw. That's gonna be a blast. I think there's a lineup of people that want to hop into that action. Can't do that while I have to drive home after, so it'll be a while. As a new ISP supposed to be putting up some towers in my area. I said March, April, so hopefully they still do that and they'll get a proper signal. So for the fur, I'm doing the same thing I did with the Emma Frost piece, or I'm just using short strokes to block in the shadows. It creates a nice texture, and do the same thing with the highlights later. But there will be a different color wash over this ultimately. So. Bing, notices. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a little break. before my knees cramp up. Make some more coffee. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll let this dry a little bit too. Watching paint dry. And I'm back. James says, looks like I disconnected. Is the string down? Let me see. Nope, seems to be back. Got a fresh cup of coffee, my Twix bar, sustenance. Let's see. It's a little wet. Let's grab a new plate. Where's my black? There's my black. So just answering some text. Sounds like we have some ducklings at home that just hatched. So we have to pick names. I wanted Howard, but apparently it's too obvious. So we'll go with Carl. Carl the duck. I need a swatch piece. Jamie, is the stream still back on? Are you having issues watching it? Seems to be okay on my end, but it doesn't mean Facebook's not acting up. Yeah, the turf is still very wet down here. makes it a lot challenging in getting any detail. Let's see if I can force this to dry a bit. Not quite. Just plug my phone back in. Again with the focus, I don't understand what's going on with the camera, that it keeps on doing this. And that's... oops. Hey Russell, welcome back. Said I'll be here all day, so do what you gotta do. Appreciate you tuning in, though. Starting to take a little bit of shape. I'm adding some contrast. Still didn't finish the skin tones, that's just the base. I need to work on that. The original plan was to work on the background first, to get the underpainting on the background in, but I got a little carried away with the painted standard, so that's taking its sweet ass time to dry. So I'm also gonna work outwards in, which is okay, but not what I had originally thought or planned. Okay. It's funny, if it was any other day, I would just set this aside and let it dry. But since today is painting day, Kraven painting day, can't do that. Just gotta work around the areas that aren't cooperating right away. Let's see if we can get a. There we go. I think his armbands are supposed to be like leopard print because he's fancy like that. Let me look up the leopard print texture. leopard print. Okay, so it's kind of a yellowish gold and then the black over it. So looks like we're doing some leopard print. Black and a black yellow, some burnt umber. Let's mix some colors. More yellow. Yep, I like that. That's a good hue. It's looking a little gray in there, so I will darken that. It's time to change the soundtrack, so if you can find something a little bit more intense. This might be a little too chill. Oh, just got to notice that my last sticker shipment has finally shipped. Hopefully they get it right this time. Ordered some more of the venomized gambit and some of the other venoms, which they didn't send last time. Not sure what happened there, but Hopefully this time to get it right. If there's a problem with the file or they just don't like it. Alright. Let's get some leopard print going. So leopard prints are nope, off frame again. Sorry about that. Okay, that'll do for now. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, let's see if we can find some different music. Hip hop, beats, lo-fi, lo-fi. second. Let's see. What we got here? Let's pause that. Let's see how this goes. It might be a little too chill. Let's try this one. All right, let's see if this goes any better. Seems a little bit more upbeat. Oh, it's already almost 1:30. Where does time go when you're having fun? Pretty good. What else do we have that I can do? Get the bass on his vest. Time to do work on the vest. I don't know what that accent is. Oh, I think I'm going to use the same hue for his pants too. Yeah, I like it. I like the music. I like the hue. There's another message. Bing, 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 bing. I didn't mix enough paint because I'm used to working small, so I only mix and drop. Oh yeah, this music's got. This will wake you up. Well, this area needs to be dark. See how the dryness level is? It's not good. See, it's still coming off, but I wonder if that's just on the tape. No. Too wet. Let's work on this necklace. Or necklace. Depending on where you're from. I think his wristband thingies are supposed to be like cloth burlap, not really leather, which means they won't have such a sheen. So let's make a light gray. Yep, that'll do, Donkey. That'll do. Hey, Pat. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah, it's coming together well. Kind of messed up the base. I got the background too wet in extender medium, which takes forever to dry. So originally I was going to work background in, but apparently I can't do that because this is all wet and I can't lay down paint properly. So started to work in out. But I hope you're having a good day so far. Ah, cool. Are you back on Chaos? Or did you finish up that nightmare? The creepy game. Oh, not Chaos, Control. It looks like a fun game. Huh? Okay, this is a long dance. Skip forward a bit. Yeah, this music started giving me anxiety. Let's try some coffee house jazz. See how that works out. Yeah. This might put me to sleep, but it's a serious downer after that intense EDM hit that just dropped. Took the bass line. See how we're doing down at the bottom here. Oh, Sean, I don't know if you're still listening, but this music's for you. This track's for you. We'll bury that foot in the grass, so don't need to get hyper focused on it. So what I need to do, let me take a minute. I keep on going off frame, so I'm gonna a couple of strips of tape. Say, okay, see that's out of frame. So if I'm here, then I've gone too far. Good to know. And there. What is this? See, this isn't dry yet, and I'm adding paint, and it's actually picking up the paint from underneath. Ah, frustrating. It's very frustrating. So let's go back to the upper part. Gotta work on the upper body. It's like a prison body exercise. I feel like if I ever do one of these long streams again, I should have like talking points lined up. Or ask for questions in advance, so people aren't just listening to background music, watching me paint. I feel ill-prepared. I'm sorry. Soothing, good. I think his belt's gonna be just pure brown. Yeah, that's gonna work. That's good. I like that. I like it a lot. I like it, like it, like it, like it, like it, like it. Ding dong. That area is still a little too wet too. Apply a layer, and as I try to do a second layer, it's starting to peel. Rookie move. It's unfortunate. I don't want to get into the skin tones yet. That's it. I think it's time for a break soon. Let's see if I can. Oh, people just don't know when to quit. Cool, I'll be here, Pat. Okay, break time. Okay, I think we're getting nice and dry. Gonna start working in on the background a bit. Nice loaded brush. Start doing the dark areas of the bark on the trees. You know what? That's not good. Hey, Gordon. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Just about. Had Ronnie on a little earlier. Werner said he might pop in, but he might be knee deep in snow. Haven't gone crazy yet. Wow. Yeah, just if you want to hop on, message me when you're ready. I don't know if I sent you the link, but I'll show you the link and hop in. So just give me like a minute notice because I got to switch the audio because otherwise we're going to get an echo and we can't have that. Well, we can, but don't want to have that. We're in for a treat, folks. Looks like Gordon Will's gonna hop on. Show us how to draw an owl. Hang on a second. Gordon, when are you gonna, when are you coming in? Russell's also available. I'll talk about his Kickstarter. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. It could have more than one person. All right, let me switch the audio quickly. Russell, I'll flip you the link. Gordon, you too. Stand by. Where's Messenger? Okay, so let's pause that. Hey, buddy.
What's going on, Andre?
Oh, you know, just another day in the hood.
Yeah, check this out. Doesn't this look like fun?
Oh, yeah, I got that coming later today. It should make for a fun ride home.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun, man. We're supposed to get like 10 inches. It's like 1 degree here, feels like negative 17. So we're having a blast.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that weather pattern. In Canada, you know, it's another spring morning. Canada. Yeah. Yeah, so you got a little Kickstarter coming up, huh?
Yeah, I got a Kickstarter. It's going to be dropping tomorrow, sometime during Brian K. Morris's show with the Rising Tide Publications. I'll be on with him at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. I guess that's 5 p.m. Pacific, the Pacific people out there. So, yeah, I'll be launching sometime during the show tomorrow. We're going to try this again. We're going to launch it, and we're going to do it this time. I got a lot of different stuff to offer, a lot of cool stuff coming on. I'm in touch with the 3D printer, and there might be some Xenonanite Titan action figures or statues that will be a part of the Kickstarter. So, got some really exciting stuff that I'm working on. If I do the statues, there'll probably be a limit of 5 or something like that. But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to do it this time. We got a lot of fun stuff, some crossover promotions. Then, of course, you did that super sweet trading card piece.
Oh yeah. You still going ahead with the print on that?
What's that?
You going ahead with the print on that? I wasn't sure if you're doing it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do a metal trading card with that. I haven't quite decided exactly. I'm thinking of offering that for day one backers as a metal trading card.
Sweet.
Because I got a couple of cards I'm doing for the set. One of the cross promos with Into the Suck 6, which it's kind of like the finale for that story arc. and it's going to be Squee riding Wyvernite, which is awesome. So on one side, it's got Ruben Rosas, Squee riding Wyvernite, and then the opposite side of the trading card will have Steph Wilson's. It's kind of like a heavy metal tribute of Squee riding Wyvernite with his sword up in the air, and it looks awesome.
Oh, like the one sheet, the poster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice, very nice. So for those that don't know what, and ever since you said Xenotitty Titan, that's all I can think of. I know it's not Xenonite. You say it.
Xenonanite Titan. You can say it's Xenonanite Titan or Xenonanite Titan. Either way, it's potato, whatever tickles your fancy. But for the people that know what it is, it's a book I wrote 10 years ago. We had a couple of hiccups with our family. My son had to have open heart surgery and all that fun stuff. So I kind of put the project on hold. This year is going to be my time. So Xenonanite Titan is a novel. It's about Raziel Stevens. He's a family man. He's working on a project, and things go south. He gets stranded, and he doesn't know if the Earth still exists, if his family still exists after the accident happens, and he's trying to make his way back home. And it's not just a sci-fi story for people out there that are like, oh, sci-fi. I don't really care for sci-fi. I think it covers a lot of different genres. And, it's a real human story, a story that you can relate to. And each chapter will have a piece of art that is going to accompany it some way, some part of that chapter, something that happens is going to portray a scene out of that chapter, basically. And so, this is his story of going through adversity, trying to fight his way through and pushing through no matter what happens to him to do what he can. And, throughout the story, you can tell that Raziel does get stuff. Some stories, something bad will happen to the character, and you're like, oh, man, that's terrible. And later on, the guy's like happy-go-lucky. And, this book story's not like that. A lot of these things weigh on Raziel's mind. So this is going to be the first book of the trilogy. So it's about a 900-page novel. And this will be book one of trilogy, of course. And then this is basically going to lay out Raziel's origin story. Why was the suit created? How did he obtain the suit? What was the suit created from? And ultimately, how does he end up where he is once the comic book series starts out? So eventually, I plan on turning this into a comic book series down the road once I find an artist that is like, hey, I love this story. This story is freaking awesome. I want to be a part of this so we can rock it out and make it the best that it can be.
Yeah, and I remember from the initial Kickstarter, you shared some of the art for that. Right, that's how Paco came to be. But it's some really kick-ass art.
Yeah, there's some really kick-ass art in there. It's got your art in there, and it's got Wendy Steen Shaner, David Faught, David Harrigan, Chris McJunkin, Steph Wilson, Yvette Rivas Fournier. I don't remember if I said Wendy Steen Shaner.
Yep.
And then Steph and it's got Steph Wilson and Jason and April Grady Reyna, Pete Vasquez. So it's got an awesome array of artists. That was part of what I'm going to do with the book. I never initially intended to include illustrations in it, but with 2020, artists were struggling looking for work. I was like, I really want to reach out to some of my indie artist friends, people that I really think do awesome art that really don't have their name out there. And I was like, let's do chapter illustrations. Let's commission pieces. Well, we'll put them into the book and put you in a format because usually, they work on comic book commissions. I'm like, this is a whole new format. So, maybe an author will pick up my book and see Wendy's art and go, hey, Wendy did an awesome job on this. Or there's Alfred Trujillo, Dooby-Dooby-Doo. He did the art for the cover on there. And so, this will kind of open up to a new world, and people might say, hey, I love the art that this person does. I want them to do a rendition of my character to use for the cover for my book. So it was all about mainly, showing off their abilities, as well as trying to help them find more work and giving them more work, while everybody was struggling. With the con
Right.
shutdown, what are artists going to do? The online format's really all they have. So it was kind of opening the door up and, being able to broadcast their art through the Kickstarter. Everybody that visits the page, of course, will see, hey, this artist is in here. And then they can scroll down and see the pieces that they did. I will be offering prints. There'll be 10 metal prints of each piece of art, except for the stretch goals, which is Pete Vasquez and April Grady Reyna's art. And then I'll be offering standard prints as well. Those will be unlimited. So if
Nice.
only 4 people order a metal print of Wendy Steen Chainers, then there will be 4 of 4. I won't print 10, and I won't print them again. For like
It's all
book
print on
2 or
demand,
whatever.
limited run.
Yep, it's just a limited run. Whatever gets printed, that's what it is. So if you buy one and it's the only one, then you've got one of one.
Yeah, and you're great on helping promote artists and other publishers and Kickstarters and so on. I mean, what really? Why do you do that? What makes you do it?
I'm a people person. I really enjoy talking. My wife says it's the worst thing about me, and I think it's the best attribute about me. When we go to the store, there'll be somebody standing there looking at hamburger seasonings, and I'll walk up to the person and be like, this is what I use. This stuff's really good. If you're honest about what to get, I really suggest you try this because it's really good. And they're like, oh, thank you, And then we end up talking for 20 minutes about random stuff. And, just going to cons and, working with artists and talking to people, I see a lot of you guys, like you and, Sean Forney, Rodney Fike, Steph Wilson, all these guys, when they go live, you may only have 1, 2, 3 people watching, and it's like, let's help get the word out there. So I like sharing it out because, like the piece you're working on now, it's phenomenal, and I like to get stuff like that out there. It's just part of what I do. I don't really have an explanation for why I do it. I just love doing it. I love talking to people, and there's a lot of artists. I've met other artists like, Ed Williams. He's found out about a lot of other artists through me sharing on the exposure page or through Comics Chaos and stuff like that. So, it's just what we do. We branch out, we share friends, and, we help each other get eyes on our work, just you're doing now, having other creators on.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I've said it before, and this is where social media really excels, is when it can bring people together that share, common interests, common passion, right? And just help spread, let's spread the word, but help connect more people.
Yeah, and the thing is people are like, oh, you share everybody else's stuff more than you share your own stuff, and it's like, I don't think I share everybody else's stuff more than I share my stuff, and it's not about, we're not competing, me sharing your art out, I'm not competing with you, or me sharing out someone else's comic book project, I'm not, competing with them. It's like we're all in this together. So,
Right. If you succeed, everyone else succeeds, and so on, right? Just pass it forward or backwards. I always get that wrong, whether it's forwards or backwards, but said we're all in this together, and then one of us succeeds. That's everyone's success.
That's right. And I've been doing it for going on 3 years now. I started Art Exposure back in 18, and I really wanted to do what you guys do now. I wanted to get artists on and get them to draw online, and they're like, no, I got all these cons to go to and stuff. And so it's kind of crazy. I already had the format set up for it, when 2020 rolled around, and all the artists that were like, no, I'm good, with going online, they're like, hey, you still having people online? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And and then that's how Russ Explode Studios started. It was initially just, hey, this is my author page. I'm doing this book. I'm gonna go ahead and get it out there. I'm pulling through because the whole thing happened last year where they thought I had cancer, And that was my push to say, what was my biggest regret, if something does end up happening. It was like, I didn't do this book. I really want to do this. So I started Russ Explode Studios. I got the art commission to help the artists out. And then what ended up happening is people are like, hey, can I be on your show? It's like, well, it's not really a show, but I mean, I guess. And, now it's 2 days a week. Saturdays I do review shows, Blue Balls reviews, which is, it's a joke about one of the stories I told about this fireworks show gone wrong. We had some fireworks, the box exploded and the tubes fell over, and so blue peonies were shooting across the field of cows. And Blue Balls Reviews was born because of that. Thanks to Danny D and several other people. But we have fun, and that's what it's about. I don't have people on and I'm like, hey, let's talk about your Kickstarter. People can go look at the Kickstarter if they want to go look at it. It's more about who are you as a person? What inspired you to be an artist? What inspired you to be a creator? Who do you look up to? And who do you do your art like? That's kind of what I'm looking for, I guess.
Right, it's kind of like inside the actor's studio. It's not about your latest movie. It's about who you are, what motivates you, and why you do what you do. Right?
Yeah, and we have a lot of fun. The audience gets out of hand sometimes, like that Dre guy. I mean, sometimes he says some crazy stuff.
You stream at an odd time. Well, odd time for me because I don't have proper internet at home. So I got to do it over the phone and it's choppy. So that's why I'd only hop in for a little bit. But I like to go in and, plant a seed and leave.
But yeah, we have a blast. I mean, we have a lot of fun on there, and I put everybody's comments up there because and it's like I tell the people beforehand. I'm like, wherever the comments go, that's where we're going. It was fun. You guys get on there. It's been a long day. You don't want to get on and listen to somebody talk about, I got this Kickstarter and I got this book with all this stuff. It's like, nah, that's boring. Let's talk about you and all the crazy fun stuff you do, like me. And my random stories about blowing up shit, or blowing up cows. No cows were harmed in that incident, but still a funny story, and something was born from it that everybody, laughs at. So
that's great.
I'm excited, man. I'm super excited. The thing I'm excited about most is not really, I'm excited about Kickstarter. I'm excited about the Kickstarter funding and getting the books to people, but I'm really excited to get the story out there, and get people to read it, and be able to go to a con and have people walk to the table and say, hey, I read your book, I loved it, or hey, I read your book, I hate it. And it's like, okay, tell me why. How can I grow as an author? What didn't you like? What did you like? What do you I expand on that you want to know more information about? I could sit there and talk for hours about the book and with anybody that wants to talk about it. And that's what I'm excited about. Same thing with show, talking to artists and creators, and the same thing with getting on your guys' show and getting in the chats and joining in and watching you. I want to be able to talk to people about the story and where it's going. And a lot of people that have read the book I've loved it. Brian K. Morris read it. He said it was awesome. It blew his mind. They said it way better than he thought it was going to be. And Smithers, James Smithers, he was like, dude, this book's awesome. I can't wait to see what happens next. And I love that because it really fuels my passion for the book and writing books too, that people actually care about. Like now it's just this thing that sits there that I wrote 10 years ago, and it's like, oh, it's decent. And I did a huge rewrite too, so that was one of the things I did last year. Why I'm not releasing book 1, 2, and 3 is because I totally rewrote book 1. I think it's a lot more compelling. It's a lot more emotional, and because of that, I had to rewrite book 2 and 3. But it's been an exciting adventure.
Right, but 2 and 3, you still need to rewrite so it flows with the changes of book one, but you have that pretty much done, like the main arcs and the main stories all set.
Yeah, basically the 3 books. I broke them up into the 900 pages. I broke them up into 3 books. So it's going to be still the origin story. So this book will end at a pivotal point story. I wanted it to be a little bit longer than what it was. I felt if I went on, it would kind of kill the buzz for book 2. And it leaves off at a really bad spot where you're going to be like, oh my gosh, what happens next?
Oh.
And I didn't really have that moment if I would have went on a little bit further, so that's why I stopped to where I did. But book 2 and 3 will still be finishing out the 900-page novel. It'll just be the part that I rewrote, the characters that I wrote in, kind of change how the story lays out. But once book 3 is finished, the origin story will be complete, which will lead up to the comic book arc.
So what's the plan? Put up book 1 that's getting launched. The Kickstarter is getting launched tomorrow, and then book 2 and 3. Do you have a timeline in that for that, or is that still TBD?
So book 2,
I don't
I'm
mean
like,
to put you on the spot.
do what?
Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I was like, I don't know yet, but just curious.
No, I'm a quarter of the way through book 2. I started writing book 2 before I launched the book back in November. So I probably want to say I'm gonna push for launching in September for book 2. It's not something that you guys are gonna have to wait on. I mean, it's basically just me. I will have to commission art. That'll be the only thing I really got to wait on because I want to do that again. I want to get a whole new batch of artists. I might keep a few of them to do pieces for book 2. But I want to get more artists in on this so I can, get more artist work out there. But I'm planning on probably September for book 2, and then maybe probably April or May of next year for book 3. So it's not going to be something that people are going to have to wait 1, 2, 3 years to find out what happens next. Once I get the art done, I get the book finished and edited, I could probably get everything lined up and done by September if the artists are available and I have the money to get the art done. Because, I mean, that's my thing. This product is done. This book is finished. The art's finished. Everything's ready to go to print. And that's the way I wanted to bring it to Kickstarter. I didn't want to be like, oh, hey, I got this book, fund it, and I may write it, It's done. It's wrote. I put the money into the art. I put the money into everything. That's how much I believe in the story, that it's that good, that I'm taking a risk on it, and I'm shooting it out there. I'm not going to stop at that. I'm going to do that for book 2 and book 3. I want things to be done. So if something ends up happening that it's not done by September, I definitely don't want to do an October or November launch again. I mean, I might do an October launch, but I definitely won't do November launch again.
Too close to the holidays?
Well, I mean, yeah, with Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think it's really what killed it on the first one. And then, doing the art book, I was trying to do 2 print runs. I had the print run for the book and the print run for the art book, and they counted as 2 separate print runs at the
yeah, and then it's 2 products that you're
so I have to hit a minimum on both, and I was like, all right, I got to hit the minimums for both of these, so this is what I have to hit in order to make that happen. So with this one, I'm not doing the art book, and then I'm going to do an overrun of the soft cover, and then that way it'll make the book cheaper for everybody too. So I'm going to overrun it that way I have some books left over to sell at cons or to sell on my website at ZenoNaniteTitan.com. So I'll get those put up there and some merchandise, possibly some other cool stuff I've got in the pipeline. But last year was kind of hard with the Kickstarter because it's like, all right, I 100% have to fund everything because I don't have the money to put behind doing overrun. With the whole cancer situation and all that.
Yeah.
And now this year, once the Kickstarter ends, we'll have our taxes back, and I'll have a little bit of a cushion to be able to spend the extra money to overrun the book, so that way everybody can get in on it deeper. So this time around, it's going to be just to gloss over the tiers. There's going to be a write-in tier. There's going to be 5 of those available. That's going to be something that, it's an exclusive. If you want to get wrote into book 2, become a character, you may or may not get killed off I don't know that until I had you in. And there's the regular tier, which it's going to be $30 flat this time. That's including shipping and everything. The overrun makes it a lot cheaper to print the book, which is easier for me to run a Kickstarter, you know?
Right. And it's
yeah,
smart. There's no point to complicate yourself, right? If you try to put
I mean,
together to
it
print
gives
out
me
the
something
product.
left over at the end.
Yeah, you got more. I mean, I'm looking at the last book Kickstarter I backed was The Art of Sketch Cards, which is a book about sketch cards. Ingrid Hardy did that back last year. It's a great book, and that's what she did. She printed, the Kickstarter stuff, and then she did a bunch more. And I think primarily to your point, like with print, sometimes it costs less per unit the more you print. So if you can get the funds to cover, let's say, 1,000 prints instead of 500, it's not double the cost. So anyway, she did a bunch more, and then she sold everything else after. I mean, obviously, cons didn't work, but she sold the balance for people after the Kickstarter, and it was a great success. I think she's working on book 2 now.
Yeah, and something that we might do with filler too is come. So like I said, if I get book 2 done and everything wrapped up with the art and stuff for book 2 by September, and I run that Kickstarter in September, then probably March or April I might do the art book then. So I already have the art book done, but I'm just going to leave that for now.
Mhm.
I mean, I think a lot of the problem was people were excited about it because they wanted the art, but then the other people that didn't know anything about the story or didn't really know anything about the artist are like, well, I don't know anything about this character. There's no background to it. Why would I want to buy an art book? Which, I mean, it makes sense. So, I might hold off, and once book 2 is done, take the art from book 2 and combine it into the art book, and then do just like a Kickstarter as like a filler in between book 2 and book 3 in March or something like that,
Yeah. That way you have an audience that's already exposed to the concept and the art, and it's smart. It's a good way to do it.
Well, and I mean, we could even do it in February next year too, and do it like a 1-year anniversary of the launch of book 1, and have the 1-year anniversary art book, and do something special, like do a hardcover edition of it only available on the Kickstarter, and then I can print it soft cover, after that or whatever.
Cool. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure I'll see the links up tomorrow once you start working the Rust Explode machine. I'll pop up in your feeds. I'll share. Actually, let me do it now. What's the website address? Yeah, I'll put it in the comments. Or what's the best way for people to? Oh, just message it to me because I can't copy paste the comment. I just want to put it in the stream.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll pull it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back for these. I don't know if it'll let me actually add it to chat, but I think I can add it in here in the private chat for you to copy and paste in.
Oh yeah, okay, that'll work. There we go.
So that is the link to my Facebook group, Rust Explode Studios, where you guys can go see live art shows and creator interviews, and as well as stuff about the book. And then I will pull the Kickstarter link too for you guys to, if you want to get notified on launch. Maybe.
Yeah, flip to me in private, and I'll share with everyone.
All right. And there is the Kickstarter link for you guys to get notified of when it launches. like I said, you guys definitely check out Rising Tide Publications, Brian Morris. He's got an awesome show he does Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for Never Mind the Furthermore. It's a show basically we get on, we all chat about random crazy stuff, and we derail on things like dinosaur porn and, you know, all kinds of weird, crazy stuff. Yeah, it was a conversation for like a few weeks there, and it was a huge joke, but, you know, it's just some funny stuff happens in there, and everybody shares, you know, their artist pages, their creator pages, their author pages, their Kickstarter links, and, you know, everybody gets in and has a good time and chats and, you know, get to know each other. And then
Nice.
Tuesday nights he does Clever Metal Pending at 7 p.m. Central, 8 Eastern, and that's what I'll be on with him tomorrow, and I will be launching from there. So if you guys want to hear more about, you know, me and my story and my inspirations with the book, definitely join in and check out the stream. I'll be sharing it to my page as well as my personal page. So
Yeah, so make sure you check out the Russ Explode page on Facebook. Follow that, you post everything there, and I'll reshare the announcements and the links once you do it as well. So cool. Well, I don't want to keep you too long because I know you're at work watching snowfall.
that's cool, man. I appreciate you having me on. I appreciate you taking the time to let other people hop on and talk about stuff. But it's really awesome of you. So I appreciate the time, and I appreciate everybody listening about my story. So have a good day, everyone. Have a good one, Dre.
Thanks, buddy. And, you know, drive safe, and we'll talk later.
All right, bye.
Buddy. Oh, excuse me 1 second. Yep, so that was Russell Allen, Xenonite Titan, Kickstarter launching tomorrow. I had a little sneak of the book late last year. Looks like a great fun project. Cool art for some very cool, very talented people in there. And yeah, I'll make sure to share all his links as he puts them out tomorrow. Or just follow the Russ Explode page to find out more. And I think we have somebody else hopping on soon. We'll see. I'm not gonna switch audio quite yet. So I'm doing so far, I'm just blocking in the darkest areas on these branches. Oh, and there we go. We have another guest. Gordon.
What's going on?
Well, you know, just
Just a
doing this.
marathon painting session.
Yeah, man. I don't know if it was. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I got done packing all my stuff from earlier.
Oh, yeah, because you were streaming. Was it TikTok or Instagram? I can't remember now.
Yeah, it was on TikTok, and it's funny. Like most of the time when I'm streaming on there, people just shout out things they want me to draw or whatever, and nobody really cared that I was packaging stuff. But there's something really weird about TikTok's algorithm. How sometimes it does this. If you go live and you're live for like half an hour or however long you're live, and then you get off, you have like all these new follows. It's the weirdest thing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
so
a
I did
weird
that.
platform.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, and they're always tinkering it, and eventually it's gonna go the same way the other ones have, where it's pay to engage, but while it's not, I'm trying to take advantage of it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and you seem to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's weird. They started a creator fund about 6 months ago, and right around that time, it seemed like views and things started slowing down, and it's hard to kind of pinpoint why. Is it because there's more people on the platform now and it's more competitive? It certainly could be that, but like it's not like they're paying very much for creators on there, so I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just the idea that you can make money doing that, but I
Maybe.
just right, exactly. The only people making money are the ones that were already making money from sponsors and all this other stuff, like
So what, you're not rolling in a Benzie thanks to the TikTok dollars?
yeah. No, my lifetime earnings on TikTok I think are about $25. So
Nice.
yeah, that's enough to get me like a couple Prismacolor, or I mean a couple Copic markers. So
Yeah, you'll get there eventually.
yeah, well that's the hope, that like maybe eventually it branches into something else, or you end up getting people that decide to support you in other platforms and stuff, and it's just exposure and it's fun. If it's not fun, I'm not going to do it. So
Right.
it's kind
Yeah,
of
because
what it
this
boils
isn't.
down to.
It's not your main event, right?
No,
So what are you working on there?
I'm just doing some gesture stuff. Like I've been looking at some like Muay Thai and other martial arts references, just trying to do some gesture, find some pictures just to work on poses and stuff. Nothing specific. I have another buddy on Instagram who's got a YouTube channel where he does a lot of clip studio tutorial type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked me the other day if I could just give him some traditional line art so he could use it in one of his videos
Oh, okay.
to show people how to like color and clean up and stuff like that. So kind of trying to figure out, I want to do something. I don't know if I want to do something new or find some old piece I've got sitting around that I can do some work on, but I'm going to use it to make some content for myself too.
Why not?
I know. Yeah. So I'm just kind of doing some practice. I had to package all that stuff from the claim sale, and it took me a couple hours and a couple different sittings, but I got it done.
Yeah, always fun shipping everything out.
How do you package your sketch cards?
Top loader. I actually did a video
Okay.
on one of the groups. So put a top loader, then put just like cardboard from like Amazon boxes,
Okay.
and just tape that up. And I usually wrap that in comic book tape,
Okay.
which doesn't add any protection whatsoever. It's just kind of my
Cool.
thing.
So what do
and
you put? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
then I drop that in a bubble mailer.
Okay, you put it in a bubble mailer.
Yeah.
All right.
always
So
bubble
I
mailers.
tried a couple different things. So I got these like these photo mailers that they call them rigid, but they're not really rigid, but they're just flat. And so what I did for a couple of them is, for the cards, I put them in the top loaders, and then I wrapped the top loaders in like a piece of cardstock. Like I folded it up in it and taped the cardstock closed, and then I put another sheet of cardstock where I just did like a quick little sketch and wrote like a little thank you on it, and put that in there.
Mhm.
And so I'm hoping that that's going to be okay. And then some of the bigger ones, they had the backing board in there too. So, but those are, I didn't wrap those, so they're flat, so they should be okay.
Oh, the other thing that I do, sorry, I forgot to, is put them in, I think they're called, well, you can get team bags, but I can't get squad up here. So these are candy packages. You can see it's FDA approved small candy packages, but a top loader fits perfectly in it.
Ah.
And it tapes up at the top. So top loader goes
So you don't
in,
have to worry about
take off.
Yeah.
Yeah, take that off, that little piece of tape, fold it, and then this is what gets wrapped. So
I remember seeing somebody posting about that in one of the Marvel groups. They were talking about how they hated having tape residue on the top loaders. So
yeah,
when I saw them talking about that, I was like, well, I'm gonna make sure I never do that. So that's
Well,
why I would wrap them in the paper and tape the paper instead of putting any tape on the top loaders.
well, I think the point of that argument was don't use like duct tape or normal tape on the top loader.
Yeah.
If you're using masking tape, like the cheap dollar store stuff, it's fine because that doesn't leave any residue. But and I think that's just to keep the card from sliding out.
Yeah.
Just,
Well,
yeah.
these are wrapped up so the cards shouldn't slide out. And I've got them in penny sleeves inside the top loaders too.
Right.
But I'm just always curious. I've never had any problems, or at least nobody's told me I've had any problems with any of the stuff I've shipped before, but just trying to make it more, I guess, more of a uniform process and easy to do. Because I've just used like poly mailers and done the same thing, like put them in the top loaders, then cut out pieces of cardboard, tape the cardboard, stuff like that.
Right.
And that works fine too, but just trying different stuff.
Yeah, Brandon is commenting on YouTube. He bought a comic and the guy put a huge piece of packaging tape right onto the board and bag. Totally ripped the bag when I tried to get it off. Very frustrating.
That's annoying.
Yeah, shipping comics. There's those, what do they call it, angel mailers or Gemini
I've heard
mailers or something.
Yeah, it's it. Gemini. I've heard somebody refer to them as Gemini boxes or something.
Yeah, those are really good. I don't know where the hell to get them here, but I ordered some comics off eBay, or I bought some blanks from some people, and they ship them in those, and that's great. I'm gonna keep these. Totally repurpose that.
Yeah, somebody has sent me something in those before, and I reused it and sent it back. So they work. I mean, multiple times. What, Lucy? What did you do?
Nothing. I didn't do anything.
So did somebody try and go through it?
We opened it so we could get out.
All right. Well, you didn't open it right, obviously. Go tell mommy. Don't. Sorry. Somebody's gonna be in trouble.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah. So sometimes I just like to find stock images. Lucy, please leave. I put a sign on the door to tell you not to come in here.
Oh.
Thank you. They broke the gate they put on the door so the dog couldn't get out. And so they're coming to tell me that they broke the gate. I'm like, mommy's here. Go talk to her.
Sounds like a maternal issue.
Yeah, that's right. So my daughter is 7, and I have a son as well, but my daughter's 7, and she's been obsessed with dogs since she was 3, and she's been wanting a dog for forever. And we finally decided to get a puppy. Like, that was maybe 3 weeks ago.
Oh.
And so it's been an adventure. I've never had a pet, so this is my first pet ever.
Are you getting much sleep?
She's actually been really good. She had the first couple nights she slept and then woke up and once or twice, but a solid 4 or 5 hours, and she does pretty good.
Sorry. Russell says that he went to like your page, checked out your art. If you ever want to set up a show, he'd love to host you, but he's got to run. Well, thanks for popping in, Russell.
Thanks, Russell. That's cool.
You guys talk. Russell's very well connected. Seems to know everybody in the art world.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll be in touch. Yeah, we were having to do stuff with the dog earlier when I said I had to go take care of some stuff. And so I only got to hear part of what he was talking about with the Kickstarter. But that was interesting. So has he already run one Kickstarter?
Yeah, he took a run in November, and that was kind of disappointing. That's not really a good time to launch a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And he didn't get fully funded, so I don't know if he canceled it or how that works, but he's starting it again tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. And he changed the
Okay.
format, and I think some of the goals are different, because originally he was going to do the book and an art book. He was going to do two things at once, and it's a brand new concept, it's a brand new book. So this time around, he's just doing the book itself, and then it's chapter 1, and then you're saying he's going to do chapter 2 maybe in September, and then maybe do the art book before chapter 3. So, like 900-page novel that he wrote.
That's pretty cool. So he's breaking that into the 3 different. I think I heard him say that he's breaking it up into 3 different books.
Yeah. And then so I believe once all 3 chapters are out, he's going to try to do a comic book of it. So,
that's pretty
cool
cool.
project.
So doesn't Indiegogo, don't they let you, if it's not fully funded, can't you like pay the difference or something to?
So I'm not sure how it works. I've never set up a Kickstarter, but my guess is that it depends on how you set up your campaign.
Right.
Because I've seen some campaigns that say it's all or nothing,
Right.
and some campaigns that say something else. I'll back projects on Kickstarter, but I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
Because I've never had to do one myself.
Yeah, I whenever I finish, I'm working on, this is very early stages, but I'm working on putting together like a sketchbook or art book just with work from the last several years, but it's very preliminary right now. Like I've basically gathered all the stuff and like put it in piles, and I've started making notes in the art books that I personally own from other artists. And I've started kind of making notes of like things that I like about their books and things that I don't, and things that I would like to try and replicate. And I've got a graphic designer friend that I used to work with that she has told me that she's going to help me put it together. So we'll see. But
Cool.
That's kind of something I want to do. And I don't know about crowdfunding it. I want to do that, but I think first I'm just going to make like a PDF version of it and see what happens with that, and then maybe in the future do something with it.
What thing? So I'm changing some weird emails. Yeah, I think if you can have the product ready to go, it makes the Kickstarter a lot easier, because then it's basically, hey, here it is, it's ready to go. Just need funding to print it and ship it. Who wants it?
Right. Yeah, and that was kind of always my goal, because I don't know that I could get one funded. So it's like, well, if I can do this PDF, and then, that doesn't require any print costs or anything. And, there might be a market for some people that want that. And then if I ever do go the Kickstarter route, I could always do something like, added extra pages, maybe add like 15, 20 extra pages to the book to make it the print version and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
to make it different. So if people wanted to buy that one too, it would feel like it's something new.
Plus, we can always sign them and do more little sketches in
that too. Yeah. Then
it.
you got all the stretch goals,
Exactly.
with the stickers and all that.
Stickers. People love stickers.
Oh yeah. I threw in stickers with all of the stuff, all the packages.
Yeah, like I did some demos, some test stickers, and kind of started throwing them in with commissions, and now people are like, "Oh, how come I didn't get this sticker?" I'm just grabbing the sticker and tossing it in the box, man. I'm sorry.
You just be like, "Hey, man, this is free. You can't be bagging and choosing these stickers."
So, like repeat guys, now I'm like, okay, which sticker did you get last time? Okay,
yeah, I know. That's
Make sure
true.
I send you something different. But I didn't like. I was thinking of selling stickers where it just doesn't make sense. The shipping just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that was kind of my thing too. The thing that makes stickers make sense is if you're doing it at shows and you're not having
yeah.
to ship them.
Yeah.
Now, the other way, there's a guy that I follow on TikTok who basically his business is mostly stickers. He does a few other things too, but it's mostly stickers. And it seems like he ships them very cheaply. So like he's paying less than $1 to ship these things. And he must not be getting tracking or something. I don't know, but
For a
I'm gonna
buck,
have
you're not
to.
getting tracking.
I'm gonna have to look into how he's doing that because in the past when I used to do sketch card, what's it called, like trades or whatever,
Yeah.
a lot of people will do that. So when I was doing that in the past, some people would just send those in like a regular card, like an envelope,
Yeah, and it's like
and
55 cents, right?
yeah, and that was nothing. But of course, wasn't paying for anything, and we were just trading cards. So I'm sure they didn't care as much or whatever. But I always worry that like you do something like that and it's going to get messed up. But
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
know.
why, like, I'm in Canada, so most of the commissions I ship out are to the States. It'll cost
That's
me, because I can't ship without tracking. I can't justify, like $100, $200 order to just go in the mail and get lost and never know where it is, right?
right.
So it's always tracking.
Yeah.
So like, it's costing me about $16 Canadian to ship a card. Right, that's mailer and shipping.
So what's that in the US? Like $9-10?
$12, $12
12
US,
bucks?
13
Okay.
bucks US, right? Which I think is,
Okay.
comparable for truck shipping. But like if I'm gonna do stickers, right? What am I charging sticker? $3 a sticker, let's say.
Right.
And then okay, you're gonna order a sticker, pay $3, and it's like and that's an extra $13 in shipping. I can't wrap my head around
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that is kind of a little bit of a disadvantage shipping most of it to the US.
And if you go,
Hey, but
so
you
good?
get to save some money on that card set, that the Dino Damages card set though. That was Canadian.
Yeah, but it costs. Let me think. So I shipped when I did that. I think it was in one of the Marvel groups. I did a giveaway before the holidays for PSE, and the guy that won it ended up being he's in Eastern Canada. And I think that cost me like $1 less than shipping it to Texas.
Oh,
At first
really?
I was like,
Only
oh,
$1?
yeah, it was almost the same. Because at first I'm like, oh, sweet, you're in Canada. It's not going to cost me anything to ship. Went to the post office. Like, oh yeah, it's $11.75 instead of $12.75. Okay.
So does it depend where in Canada you're shipping it to, or was it because of the tracking, or?
Yeah, it's so to get tracking, it has to be tracked parcel, and that has a minimum. And then it'll vary as to where in Canada, but it doesn't make a big difference whether it's like all the way on the East Coast or have one guy that's ordered a few commissions for me who is maybe like an hour drive away from my place. And again, it's like $12 to ship it.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there doing the math. Do I drive or do I ship? Do I drive or do I ship?
Yeah, I usually go through PayPal, and I don't know if it's the cheapest to go through PayPal opposed to going to the post office, but it's just the convenience of it, and I have like a postage scale, so I can weigh it and all that. But I don't know if I'm losing money doing it.
So they should be in sync with postage rates, right?
Yeah, they should be pretty close.
Like I know Etsy is. My girlfriend sells some stuff on Etsy, and it's actually sometimes cheaper for her to use the Etsy platform and their
They
shipping
get some
thing.
kind of discount or something.
Yeah, they might be doing bulk. They might have a bulk shipping things because I'm sure like Amazon doesn't pay the same shipping rates that you and I do.
Right.
So, but I think a lot of times people forget the shipping cost.
Well, yeah, and it's not just the shipping costs either, because you got to pay for the materials to ship it in too. You got to buy the mailers, you got to have the bubble wrap or the cardboard. Like, a lot of times you can recycle stuff that you've gotten
Mhm.
packages from, but sometimes you can't.
Well, an MM20 AP all in costs me $23 to ship,
Wow.
right? And that's because hard like the thick cards, I'll use One Touch.
Oh, you got the one touch ones? Those are the magnetic ones?
Yeah, I'll put them in One Touches, which makes the package a little thicker, so it costs a little bit more to ship because you go over that half-an-inch gap once I put the cardboard around it. But I charge a premium for masterpieces or Premiere, so like that.
Right. Yes.
I have to
Do you
justify.
do you have a stockpile of those one touches? Because I was looking those up the other day and I couldn't find them. Like, I found them on Amazon, but they were marked up.
Oh, they're ridiculous on Amazon. I bought 25 of them in the summer from a local card guy, and it's good. They had stock, but then we went into lockdown. I think I have 2 left now.
Yeah. So I looked them up on Amazon. I was like, man, these seem kind of expensive. So I went to the actual, I guess, Ultra Pro or whoever sells them. I went to their actual website because you can buy straight from their website, but they don't have any in stock. So
Yeah,
I saw that the price was like $2 per thing. I was like, well, that's not as bad as what Amazon was trying to get, but they don't have any.
yeah, that's the problem. I think I was paying $4 Canadian per, which there's got to be a little bit of markup there over retail and the exchange rate. So
Yeah.
just a matter of finding them now. So I'm hoping stores open back up next week and pop in and see if he's got any more.
Yeah.
'Cause
See,
I'm not
I never. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna pay like $30 for 5 of them on Amazon.
You can maybe find them a little cheaper on eBay, I guess, if you look around, but I don't know. I'd rather buy them from the actual website just because I feel more comfortable buying from them, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
knock
I've
off
never even
One
looked at
Touches.
yeah, I've never even looked at my local comic store to see if they sell that stuff. I know they sell like the bags and boards for comics, but I've never seen any card stuff.
If they sell Magic cards, they'll have all the card stuff.
It's been a while since I've been in the shop, so
Or Pokemon or whatever, because that's really where the money is.
oh my gosh, speaking of Pokemon, have you seen all the craziness that's been going on?
With the pricing?
No, with McDonald's. So
No, what?
I'm not fully versed with this, but I've just seen some videos on it. So McDonald's is doing some kind of anniversary thing with Pokemon where they're putting Pokemon cards in the Happy Meals. And people are going and buying like $1,000 worth of McDonald's food to get these cards.
Damn.
These guys are buying up all these Happy Meals and buying all the cards that these McDonald's have. It's insane, but you're right. Like, must be tons of money in Pokemon cards.
Well, Pokemon and Magic are just crap loads of money, is my understanding. And then now it's affecting the entire card hobby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you've seen like some of the prices of
Yeah.
stupid cards. Which
sports cards have been doing the same thing too.
Yeah, it's the same guys. So earlier today I was looking something, I found this promo card I have from
Is that from that comic cover?
Yeah, so it's a cover. There was a bunch of reprints of key issues, and one of them was the first appearance of the Punisher. So they all came with a card of the issue. And I was like, oh, you know what, maybe I'll put this in a little baggie. It's a little banged up, but who knows, man? Like, this could be a BMW right there.
You're right. And, it could be something, too, that somebody sees that and is like, oh, maybe I want to buy this and hold on to this. And it's just like you get a little bit for it and might get even more later on.
Yeah, can't get it graded because it's all banged up. It was literally sitting in my drawer.
Do people get cards graded a lot? I saw some discussion about that too. Like I know it's a no-no for sketch cards, which makes sense, but
Well, people seem to
I
be
guess
doing it now
yeah, I don't know why though.
because of the high prices. It's this massive.
But how do you grade a sketch card? They're not grading the art
Oh, sorry.
necessarily. They're grading the quality of the stock.
Oh no, sorry. So with a sketch card, you can get it authenticated, so it gets slabbed, and it says, "Yeah, this is really a card by Gordon,"
Oh, okay.
which is going to add some value just because it's slabbed. But
Yeah.
just grading, Marvel Universe Series 1 seems to be like the big thing now. That's why people are just losing their mind. Like these were a year ago, you could buy a whole set for like $40. Now you can buy a single for $40 that's been sitting in someone's like glove compartment collecting dust mites.
Yeah. Just nobody wants to be holding the bag when this bubble pops because it's gonna pop.
It has to. It has to, and it's like anything else. A lot of people are gonna get burnt, and a lot of people are gonna make serious bank.
Yeah, it's like Dogecoin.
But like speaking of McDonald's, do you remember? Was it Furby's?
I remember
Like
Furby.
early 90s. There was this whole craze on some stupid toy.
Yeah, they had Furbies, and then there was the Beanie Babies too that were crazy.
Beanie Babies are still highly collectible, but yeah, the Furbies popped up, and people were just losing their mind over those and trying to get the McDonald's ones. It's like, I think now they're worthless, but
Yeah, well, that's it. That at some point in time they have value because there's value attached to them. But then when people decide that there's no value to them anymore, they're worthless.
like Pogs.
Yeah. Man, my childhood. Pogs, Beanie Babies, Blockbuster.
Did you have a Tamagotchi pet?
I think so. There was a Tamagotchi, and then wasn't there another version, like a different brand? It's called like Gigapet or something, but they were the same thing.
Yeah, it was like a knockoff brand. But I think
Yeah.
Tamagotchi was the original, the real deal. Like
Yeah, I
if you had
remember
the
those.
Gigapet, you were ghetto. Okay, let's some grass.
So is this Kraven for a commission?
Not really, but
Just for fun?
anything could be a commission. It's just a question away. As we're fun, I'm trying to put together a portfolio of larger, more refined pieces. So that's why Kraven, and even the Captain America they've been working on the last couple of weeks, which is not done. That one was a commission, but really spent longer than I should. I don't want to say that I should have, but longer than I usually would on a piece.
Yeah.
So what kind of puppy did you get?
It's a Cavapoo.
That's a poodle.
Tiny.
With,
Cavalier or something. I'm not well versed in the different breeds of dogs, so
is that a spaniel?
Probably. I'm gonna have to Google this.
Oh,
This is really bad.
It's a dog. It barks. It poops.
It's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, yes, and a poodle.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, she won't get bigger than probably 12, 15 pounds.
It's
Which
both
is-
my dogs combined.
Oh, well, that's good. See, I preferred a small dog. Having never been a dog owner, I preferred a small one. Just, one inside that can just, be fine around the house, not have giant turds to clean up,
Hmm.
things like that. You know, the smaller the dog, the smaller the poop, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I grew up with dogs. We had my uncle had a Great Dane.
Mm.
That's a lot of poop.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Let's leave it at that. Gonna need a
Yeah,
little bit more than a baggie.
a guy that I used to work with had a Mastiff. Those things
Oh,
are
jeez.
huge.
They're like ponies.
Yes.
I think Mastiff is probably the biggest breed.
The biggest dog I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that's they're not as tall as like Great Dane, but they're just massive. So in terms of weight and overall mass,
Yeah.
that'll eat your face.
Yeah. When they start drooling and slobbering, oh my gosh. Ugh. Ugh.
Mm. So you're working on any fun projects at the time?
Really, I do have a commission that I've been putting off that I need to start working on. It's a guy I've done a couple pieces before in the past. Actually, maybe I've just done one for him, but so he started this project where he's getting commissions for Blu-ray covers for like his movies. So he's getting like
cool.
original art to place in the covers, yeah. And so he was doing it for like all his horror movies. He was asking me about it. I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. But he's like, your style is, a little different for horror kind of stuff. I was like, yeah. And so he wanted me to do one for Shaun of the Dead,
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
Nick,
So I was like, oh, that would be kind of cool.
Nick Frost and what's his name? Two British guys.
Yeah, Simon Pegg and
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
Funny
so
movie.
I was like, that would be kind of cool because it's a horror / comedy movie. So I just have been putting it off like that. I got that around the same time we started that last card set, and just the end of the year was kind of not a great time, and so I've kind of been putting it off, and I need to get to work on it. But it was one of those things where he was like, so do you want me to pay you now? I was like, no, I'll let you know when I get started, because I didn't want to have that hanging over my head. So at least if it never happens, it's not like I'm kind of one of those things. But I do feel bad because it's been so long. It happens sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I won't take money until I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start Friday, or I'm gonna start like I know exactly where I am in my schedule. I know some people take the money and be like, okay, I'll get back to you in a year.
Yeah,
but
I'd rather not do that. I would feel too guilty doing that.
Yeah, I don't want that one hanging over my head.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. So he was like, he told me the specifics for like the paper, like how much of the spine of the Blu-ray is and how big the paper is. So I have to cut some down and figure that out. I thought about maybe sketching it digitally and then printing it out and inking and coloring it, but I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Huh?
There's nothing wrong with that, right? Like,
yeah, I've done it before, one other time, and it worked out okay. Because it's still original art. You're still inking over your sketch and coloring it. But it just makes
100%.
it would make it go quicker, I guess, working on a layout and everything.
Yeah, you skip a couple of steps by doing it digitally. So it's all good.
Yeah, so that's the other thing I've got going on besides like this book. I actually want to do kind of like, I don't know, like a Patreon or something for this book, like documenting the process. So to kind of have content, like a vlog type content, just recording me talking about, putting it together, like doing the research of what I want to do and cutting down on what I'm going to put in the book, what I'm not going to do, and do all that, and try and do something that's like a series that follows it, just so I can have, all that. And I don't know, see if anybody wants to be involved in that process. It's an idea.
Yeah, that's cool. Sure. Hang on one sec. I gotta go grab some water. I'm starting to get a little parched. One sec. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, part of that plan for that kind of developed because I was trying to think about like monetizing on TikTok or monetizing on YouTube, things like that, that you got to have 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subs on YouTube just to even apply for monetization.
Yeah.
And the idea of that and thinking about like how much content it would take to get to that point feels like you're just doing it for free anyway. So I was thinking, I mean, it probably, I don't know that it would be successful, but the idea of it is just more appealing than doing all this stuff for YouTube and TikTok, because I'm giving YouTube and TikTok free content.
Right.
They're the ones making the money, not me.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
well,
if there's a market out there, I mean, it could be two people subbing $5 a month, but I mean, I guess that's better than $0 a month.
there's a market. You just gotta find it, right?
Yeah. So a lot of people like to see the process of things, and say you have 1,000 followers. What if there's 10 people that want to pay to see that side of it, or want to be involved in that? And you could add more things that are like Q&A, like group only invite, kind of like personal Q&A stuff and things like that you can add. So I don't know, just I want to try that stuff out and see if anything comes of it.
But you have what's your TikTok audience now?
It's 19,000, I think.
You should put up a Patreon where you do like I find it hard to believe that 19,000 people you can't get like three or five people to pay $5 a month.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Like, I don't expect a large number, but I feel like, and of course TikTok is mostly, the audience skews younger on there, but it's not all younger people. And
Right.
if you can just get a handful of people, it's worth it, especially if it's something I'm going to be doing anyway. And I had a discussion with another artist, like he had started a Patreon or whatever, and he told me, he was like, if you're going to do it based around a project. Like if you have like a web comic or something like that, base your Patreon around your project, because then it's themed and it's not just, oh, today I'm going to do this, tomorrow I'm going to do this. You have like a roadmap almost that you're going to follow.
So people know what to expect.
Right. And that's kind of what had me thinking when I was going to start with the book. Like I wanted to start doing the book last year, but just everything going on, everything I was working on, it's like I was being pulled in different directions more. So I was like, well, I'll just wait and move on to that next year. And so I've stopped, I'm not doing really any Upper Deck stuff now. And I'm kind of trying to leave it to where I can do what I want. So that's kind of taking precedent. And so I want to be able to kind of start documenting it now. And then if I do the Patreon or whatever, I will have, if I do a video every other week or something like that, I will already have some videos built up of like the process and everything. And I just got to figure out, then you got to figure out tiers and things that you're going to give to subscribers. Like if somebody subscribes $10 a month, what are you going to mail them a sticker every month, or what are you going to do? So there's still stuff I got to figure out, but
right. But do you have to have tiers?
Just kind of what I'm. You don't have to. No, you don't have to. But I guess it's enticing to say, hey, if you're $10 versus $5, you're going to get something extra that these other people won't.
Right.
But then I started thinking, if I do this and I'm documenting the videos of this, do I not do any more YouTube videos because I can't give the stuff away for free that I'm making other people pay for? Or do I just do fewer videos and try and...
Well, I was looking at the way, so David Lynch. So the way he does it is he'll do, and I don't know if he does it to Twitch or Patreon, but he's got subscriber-only content with live chat. And if you're paying, you can get the live chat and ask questions and whatever. And then like a week later or 2 weeks later, he'll release the video on YouTube. But it's not live.
So it's
you can
like
still
timed
watch
exclusive.
Exactly. So you can still watch the process and ask questions and he answers things. And a lot of times, like, I'm going to draw someone. Who do you guys want me to draw, right? And then he'll post a video like, oh, here's me drawing Logan. But it's because people talked about it and gave ideas and asked questions throughout it. And it's great content. I love watching his videos. Just on YouTube, I don't need to ask him live questions. But there's some artists that if they ever put up a Patreon, I'd sign up in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, these guys have their hands busy putting together really sick art. They're not too concerned with getting my $5 a month on Patreon.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's all like if you don't need it, you don't need it. You're busy doing something else. But like that, to me, that would growing something like that would represent being able to spend more time creating stuff that I want to versus, just trying to grind and get subs on YouTube or something like that would ultimately accomplish the same goal, but would be much harder to get there that way. I mean, you can do both at the same time.
But comes down to how much time you can commit to it too, right?
Right. Well, and if I was still doing card sets, probably not much.
Yeah. Yeah,
I saw that Cryptozoic is doing another DC set.
Yeah, I saw that.
I haven't heard from them since. I did. I did 4 sets for them. I did 2 DC Bombshells, and then I did Rick and Morty and Steven Universe. But I haven't heard from them because they went like a year without paying me, and then they finally contacted me, telling me they were ready to pay me, and that was the last time I heard from them.
But did they pay you?
They did pay me, yeah.
Okay.
I'm wondering if they're doing any more DC Bombshells though, because those were like I don't know if it was every year or every other year, but they would have been on Series 4 by now.
Yeah, but with COVID messing everything up and AT&T,
True.
DC, Warner's, that whole mess,
I could have thrown everything for a loop.
Yeah. In one way, I kind of like, oh no, I'd like to do some DC stuff, but on the other hand, it's like, do I really want to do more, like take on more publishers?
Right.
I like doing the sketch cards; they're fun, but it's not a goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It's like one of those things, like it's fun, you enjoy it, and it gets you a little bit of money, gets you a little bit of exposure in the community, and it's not like if you didn't like doing it, it wouldn't be worth it. But if you enjoy it, that's like the one prong. It's like the 3 prongs. Does it get you exposure? Does it pay well? And do you enjoy it? And if it does 2 of those, then it's worth it. Maybe in this case, It's only 1, but still worth it.
I was gonna say, like, I gave up trying to get YouTube followers or whatever, trying to monetize content because it just doesn't make sense for me.
Yeah, they made it too hard for new people to get in and do that. Like when you go to the 4,000 watch hours, that's almost impossible.
But even when because I used to be a partner years ago, like not partner, whatever, monetized thing, and then they changed the rules, and then they took it away because I was at 500 subs and whatever thousands of hours, and I had it because I used to stream for like an hour and a half every Sunday. Then I take that video and do a cut down of it, and created the content. So it was okay, but then they took it away, and it's like, well, do I really want it? Do I really care about my $1.75 a week? No. I'm not going to dedicate more time to it because I don't have the time to do it. There's other things I can do and get paid $1.75 an hour for, right?
Yeah. That was my problem early on is I started to get subscribers on there, and it seemed like it was growing at a healthy clip for what I was expecting. But then my expectations got a little out of whack because I was expecting my watch time to go up as my subscriber numbers went up, and that didn't necessarily happen. And so I kind of just I was just like, why am I worried about this? Because it's really not worth it in the long run. Like if it happens, it happens, but I shouldn't like set that as like my end goal because it's not a big deal.
Exactly. Like, I have shit ton of YouTube content now because all my live streams go on YouTube as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's hours and hours and hours of YouTube content if anybody wants to watch. But anything comes out of it, great. If not, I don't. I'm okay with it either way.
So supposedly back before they changed some of the rules, it used to count towards your watch time when you would live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then
No,
they changed that. So now it's only on the rewatches, which when I found out about that, I was like, dang, that sucks because I did the same thing. I did a couple live streams on YouTube and I got like a good chunk of hours just from the live stream because I had like 7 or 8 people watching almost the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, none of that counts.
Yep. Listen, there's ways to fake it.
Yeah.
But
it's not worth it though, because that never long term that doesn't do anything. It's like people that pay for followers on Instagram. It's like long term that's going to do you no good because they're not going to engage with your content.
Yep. It's pointless. Just burning money.
I've been getting some of those messages lately from those foreign accounts asking if I want some new users. And like, okay, let me waste my time.
Yeah, give them to me. Give me. But it's so stupid. You can't buy fame. Well, actually, maybe you can, but you need to spend a lot more money.
Right. Yeah, and that's another thing that kind of gets at me when these people do these like follow loops. Like, you guys don't know what you're doing. You're trying to get all these followers, people to follow you, and you follow them, but they don't care about your content. They're not going to engage with it. And if they don't engage with your content, it's not going to help your account grow. Yeah,
just a number. I joined one of them just because I saw a bunch of accounts that I was following that are like doing it. So I was like, okay, you know what? This seems like it's niche. Let me try it. So I did it. And then I was like, none of these people that followed me back ever comment to look at my stuff.
Yeah.
So I went unfollow.
Right. I had done the same thing early on when I was on Instagram. I was like, oh, this, is a good way to grow. But then like you get to the point and you realize what it actually is. It's just people that just care about that number. They don't really care about anything else other than the number next to their name. And that's not how you grow.
Doesn't get you anywhere.
Mm-mm.
And actually it does, because you have people that are like, oh, look, I have 10,000 followers. Not engaged, of course. But then they'll go to small businesses and say, hey, I have 10,000 followers. Give me your bagels, and I'll talk to you about it on Instagram. And then, Mary Jo's Bagels, like, oh my God, 10,000 people are going to be talking about my bagels. Nobody cares about your bagels.
If those businesses were smart, they'd go look at these accounts and see how engaging each post is and how many likes and how many comments they get.
But they don't know any
better. Right. They don't know any better.
I do digital marketing professionally. That's what I do for my job, right? And I for clients or whatever, they'll get people reaching out on a regular basis saying, "Hey, I'm a mommy blogger in this region, and I think it'd be a great match for you. And this is the amount of followers I have." And I get emails from clients saying, "Oh, Mary Sue in Vancouver says she can do this for us for $500. What do you think?" I'm like, "Well, let's take a look." Mary Sue has a following of 250,000 people. She had 17 likes on her last post. No. But she's got 250,000 followers. So what?
I don't even get on Twitter anymore because it hasn't helped me art-wise at all. So I just stopped on Twitter. But that's a big problem on Twitter, is all the fake followers. A huge problem.
Yeah, I can't get into Twitter. It's too many platforms. So
It's
I
not
don't
very
know.
visual, so it doesn't help with art. So I just said it's not worth it.
But
It's
some
more of like
artists
the
are.
hot. Yeah,
Right, but I
some
see
artists
some
are.
artists that are very active on it, and like Rihanna Owens. I don't know if you're familiar with her work. She's big in the
Yes.
sketch market, right?
Hmm.
She pretty much lives on Twitter.
Well, some of these I'm coming to find too. It's like everybody kind of gets their first exposure on one of these, and that's kind of the one that they stick with, and it's like the one that they've grown the most on. And it's
Yeah.
different for different people, which they just kind of figured out. Like I still to this day, like I see like Paul Hill or even Harold, they're both on TikTok. And I think one of the reasons why they haven't grown as much is because they're not posting as much. But like I see their accounts and I'm like, they should have a lot more followers. And I'm sitting here like, how did I get to where mine is? I don't know. Like, and even you, like, if you posted on there constantly more, you'd probably grow faster. But then it becomes like a volume game, and your art, you can't really do volume with that because it takes a lot of freaking time.
Yeah, I've been at this thing for almost 6 hours, and I'm like maybe halfway done. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that applies to every platform though, like TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. It's the ongoing regular posting, right?
Yeah.
I barely
Oh yeah,
post.
it's definitely consistency.
It's consistency and a schedule. And, I could probably post more on Instagram, and I used to do a lot more on Instagram like a year ago, and now I'll post maybe once or twice a week. But I think if I posted daily, I'd see more lift. But then I think to myself, what's the end goal, right? Like I don't want to be an influencer.
Right.
I'm not trying to build an audience of people to like my stuff. I'm trying to sell my art.
Yeah.
So I don't want 10,000
Well,
people to look at it. I want just one right person to look at it.
I agree with that. But that's part of the reason why I focus so much on TikTok is because I know I can grow on TikTok. And if I could get 50,000 people, well, would 5% of that buy my art? So I'm trying to scale it, but I don't know how doable that is.
And I'm not doubting you in any way. I'm just wondering, like, have you ever sold anything to TikTok? And I have no idea how TikTok works.
I've had a couple of people ask me, if I sold my art and if they could buy it and stuff, but then it's kind of like trying to chase it down, and I'm not going to do that. So like I've had people like act interested, but not any. It's mainly been Facebook and Instagram where I've sold anything, and then of course being at a show or something.
Right.
But yeah, TikTok, I have not sold anything yet. But the benefit of TikTok, or at least I tell myself this is the benefit of it, is I was able to get big enough to where I could get into the creator fund. But again, I'm not making any money on the creator fund, so it's is it really a benefit?
Good job, Gordon.
I mean, I'm making the most I ever made in one day, I think, was 70 something cents.
Ooh.
So yeah, I know, right? I can almost get like a part of a coffee.
You're gonna
but you
McDonald's
know,
coffee, a buck.
yeah, but that's a scale thing too. Like, you know, maybe not now, but what if like a year from now I'm getting like $5 a day? I mean, it gets to a point too where you have so much content that there's always going to be people watching your videos because you've got
Right.
10,000 videos out there. But I don't know. Is it worth it at all? Who knows?
The real value of it is that you're spending the time drawing, and inking, and coloring.
Yeah.
That you're putting in the time to really get better at what you're doing.
That's true. And yeah, you're right. That kind of goes to the point of, well, I mean, you're doing this anyway, so why not use it to make content?
Mm-hmm.
You're accomplishing
Exactly.
multiple things at once.
Yeah, if something comes out of you streaming it, then great. If not, or the way I'm looking at it was, anything comes out of it, great. If it doesn't, whatever. I'll sell the art.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that if I keep doing it, then when I do have the art book or the Kickstarter or whatever, enough people will either check it out, back it, share it, whatever. It's just more eyeballs to give it more exposure. So I don't know.
No, and it makes sense. There's one thing that I talk to clients a lot when talking about strategy, where it's like, okay, you have your product, your service, whatever it is. Now you need to get it in front of an audience. So there's two ways to do it. One's going to take money, one's going to take time. Which one do you want to do, right? You can spend the time to build an audience, or you can spend the money and buy an audience. And I know I'm talking about bullshit ads, so like run Google ads, run YouTube ads, Facebook ads, whatever. So it just comes down to how you're going to find that audience. If you don't want to spend the money, like a lot of small businesses and startups, like I don't have a huge digital marketing budget to buy a crap ton of ads. Okay, well then spend the time to build the content. There's different ways to get to the same place.
Yeah. I am wondering if there's going to be a lot more coming out of, because of the pandemic and everything, if a lot of people are maybe not going to go to as many of their traditional shows and have found a way kind of online to get similar exposure for less costs, like not paying for tables and stuff like that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I've never done a show in my life, so I don't know the logistics of it. So if I ever do, it's going to be in this brave new post-COVID world.
Yeah, it's gonna be different for sure. I've only done a couple, and I did the same show twice, and so it was a location I was familiar with, and just a place I felt comfortable doing it with, and the size was appropriate. It wasn't a huge one; it was kind of a smaller to medium-sized one.
Mm-hmm.
And they had decent guests. Like Chris Claremont was there both years. Scott Snyder was there 1 year. David Finch, a couple other people. Donnie Cates was there 1 year.
Cool.
But so they had like decent, like big names in comics that were, the big featured guests. So they were getting people in the doors. But I was paying for a table, it was like $100 or whatever it was, which is cheap because most of them it's more than that. But I paid like $100 for a table, I think. And so you're already starting out $100 in the hole. And if you're traveling, you got to think about like a hotel room or something like that. Luckily, because of where the show was, I was staying with family and I didn't have to worry about that. But just you guys sharing my claim sale post and the groups and stuff like that, I made more money doing that than I did at the show. And I didn't have to throw down for a table.
Right. And
so I mean, there's yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. And from my point of view, where I don't have exposure to the shows because I've never done a show. I don't know what to expect, and I want to do a show. Like Fan Expo, which is Comic-Con North, essentially. I think it's $750 Canadian for a table for the weekend.
That's a lot.
for 500 or so, but it's like 50,000 people.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's a huge show. Plus travel, parking alone is going to be $55 a day. Meals, whatever. So I'm doing my Joker math in my head. Like if I do one of the shows, it's going to cost me about $1,200 just to get there and back. Doesn't include banners. Doesn't include prints.
No,
anything
a
like
lot
that.
of stuff. A lot of stuff like that, banners and stuff is kind of like a one-time thing though too, because you'll use it multiple times, but still, it goes into it.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to do math. Okay, let's say the banners, free prints, any of the giveaway stuff. Let's say that's an investment. It'll cost me a couple $100. Okay, fine. But if it's going to cost me $1,200 to do the show, what do I got to sell to, one, break even, and two, to make it worthwhile? Right, so that's when we start like reverse engineering. Okay, do I sell prints, and how much do I charge per print, and how many prints do I got to charge, and what's the stripe fees and all that crap. So
yeah, you start thinking, are people more likely to buy? Are they going to buy prints? Are they going to buy originals? Like mostly people are probably looking to buy prints, but
yeah, especially being new and never been there before. Like, okay,
how many different prints do you do? Stuff like that. It's
yeah.
Yeah,
doing
that's
prints.
For the first one that I did. I was so concerned with all that stuff, and like I got these prints done, and I was like, I'm going to do these black and white prints, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to color them individually so they're kind of like original prints. They're not all the same, but they're still not as expensive as an original piece of art. And then like I got too worried trying to do all that, and it was just a waste of time, I found out. Because when you're going to sell a couple of them, I'd made more money doing commissions than I did selling stuff I already had.
Right.
And so then the next year I didn't worry about that at all, and just kind of had what I had and had the stickers.
Stickers. People love stickers.
Yeah, I think I sold a good number of stickers. I can't remember now. It's been so long, but
I don't know. Yeah, but going back to kind of the math of it. So if I'm going to spend $1,200, I need to sell X amount of whatever to break even. So then my digital marketing mind goes into place. Like if I spend $1,200 on Facebook ads during Fan Expo, targeting people in the vicinity of Fan Expo, can I sell anything? And I've never tried it because I don't really have anything to sell, but gonna start thinking about it.
That's another thing about having a book, like an art book or something, or even just like a comic or whatever. If you have something like that, you're probably more likely to sell that at a show too.
Yeah, for sure. That's 100%. I remember the first time I went to a Comic Con, which was a Fan Expo in Toronto. I think I was 13 or 12 or whatever. And I did my dad dropped me off. He was like, I woke up to get up for 4 hours. So I walked around for an hour, just a bunch of people selling comic books and lineups to meet whoever. And then I went into Artist Alley, and there was all these guys sitting around kind of doing nothing with their own indie comics. I just started talking to some of them, and they're just such nice people. They're like doing doodles for me and whatever. I was a little kid.
Yeah.
I was like, cool, man.
Now, Jay Lynn, he
photocopier.
does a bunch of shows, doesn't he?
That's my understanding, yeah. Speaking of which, he was supposed to, he said he might be on all day. I don't think he even woke up yet. I hope he's okay.
He's probably still got his daughter doing his dirty work remodeling that bathroom.
Yeah, it's probably shoveling snow.
Yeah, I'll have to ask him about his experience at the different shows. We've talked about it a little bit, but not really in detail. But it sounded like he does a good number of them.
Yeah, him and I don't know. Were you on the stream with Rodney or Jay?
Jay, I believe.
Jay, yeah, he does the Well, both Rodney and Jay. They do or used to do the circuits. So great guys. Rodney was on earlier. Right. So you're Rodney. He's been around for ages. I was doing a stream with him and Sean because they do theirs Thursday and Friday. So I hopped on one of theirs one night. And I don't know how we got into talking about them. I pulled out some old comic books, like not DC or Marvel, like some of those indie press things. And then I'm pulling it out. It's like, oh, this is a really cool comic. And Rodney's like, oh, I did the back ad on this, or I did this here. Open this. See that? That's my company. Holy shit.
That's cool.
Yeah, so definitely
That's really
talk
cool.
to Warner about it, but Rodney and Sean. Sean does this full time.
Really?
Yeah, does covers and whatever. And he said he might hop on at some point today. But he's full time comics, right?
Man, that's pretty amazing. I just can't imagine being able to do that. I think it's probably the talent gap and I don't know, just knowing people.
Well, you start from the bottom, right? I was talking so about this the other day. It's like if I was 20 years younger, I'd probably take a much more aggressive run at doing not comic art because I can't do sequential stuff. I'd like blow my head off. But like doing comic or sci-fi, fantasy ads or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, I can't because I'm 40 and I can't just drop everything.
Yeah, I feel the same way unless
and move back in
TikTok,
mob.
right? Unless TikTok starts paying better rates on these views. I don't think that's happening.
But that's one of the reasons I'm doing this full day stream is I haven't spent a full day, like a work day, doing art. Right? So I was like, okay, let me see. One a second. Yeah, it's a little bit an unfair comparison because I'm streaming and people are hopping in and, I don't really have a deadline or anything like that. But just to get a feel for, what does it like to paint for a full day?
Yeah.
And besides the fact that I haven't had lunch because I didn't plan properly, I'm okay with it.
I like the idea of being able to do this all day, and I do I like, being by myself and just, even like spending time quiet, whatever, like working, that's fine. But I feel like it would get to a point where I would have to have some kind of like studio environment where you've got other people that, you're in contact with or other artists, like something like this, like you could essentially be doing this.
Yeah, where you work in a studio and you're just chatting across the table.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of it, though. Is I guess doing it for 1 day, 2 days by yourself is one thing, but doing it for like 3 weeks straight might get a little cuckoo.
Yeah. I always wonder, I know this is probably something that these guys would never want to talk about, but I wonder what a guy like Scotty Young, like what kind of money he makes in comics, because he's got all his variant covers he does, and he's got his own stories he does through Image, and he's, he does his daily sketches or whatever where he sells those on his website and stuff like that. But I wonder, how much he makes, because he doesn't, it's not like he lives in California or anything. So, he doesn't have like the cost of living in Los Angeles or something like that. but
Yeah,
he's
but
got to be
my-
making a pretty good living.
I think, and I could be wrong because I don't know firsthand, but my understanding is that like a cover rate is a cover rate. The fact that you live in New York or LA and your cost of living is stupid, that's not going to make a difference.
That's right. That's
Right.
built into it.
Yeah, I mean, if
But
it's $500 a cover, then it's $500 a cover, and it might
Yeah,
vary by
but-
artist.
yeah, but I'm thinking about him, and I'm like, he's got to be like doing pretty well because he's when he was doing his appearances at cons, like guys like that, they don't have to pay for a table; they get paid to show up.
Yeah, yeah.
And right, so you got him doing that. He's doing his own stuff. He's doing all these covers. And he's doing his like daily sketches that he sells online, and he's living in he lives in somewhere in Kansas, Missouri. He lives in Kansas City or some outside, something like that. But he can do whatever he wants basically art wise. Like he could probably still make a good living if he stopped doing covers for Marvel and DC or whatever, just doing his own thing. And like that's like the dream. Like how do you figure out how to do that?
But see, I was thinking of that as well. It's doing the covers for Marvel and DC, and to a certain degree, like doing sketch cards for Upper Deck. There's a certain level of exposure that you get to ride because of it. Like look at a guy like Scotty Young, or let's say he stopped doing any mainstream elements. Is he still going to be relevant in 5 years?
Well, him specifically, maybe, but to your broader point, maybe not.
But yeah, okay, maybe him specifically, yes, but other people,
Right.
right?
Because
Like,
because he did all that work for Marvel is probably why he was able to do I Hate Fairyland.
Exactly. And the fact that he keeps on doing the work for Marvel keeps on putting his name back in the front line.
Yeah. And so
Kind of
another thing
cyclical,
that's,
right?
yeah, another thing that's cool about what he does, like he does those covers, but he's one of the guys I think that still does everything traditionally for the most part. So like when he does those covers, I think he, hand draws them and inks them. And so he's got the hand drawn ink cover that he can also sell his original work. So like, he's got people that love his stuff and they're going to pay $500, $600, whatever it is for that cover. So it's
Right.
like you're getting paid to do the cover and you're paying to sell the art.
Well, it's funny. I don't remember who was telling me about it. It might have been on a private chat when Masterpieces first came out. And there were some guys, because of Dave Palumbo, that brought in some of the, because he's a Magic the Gathering artist, right? That brought in a large amount of Magic collectors and original art collectors into the Marvel world. And they're not interested in Spider-Man or whoever it is. They're all about the art, because they're sci-fi art collectors or fantasy art collectors. And what the guy was saying, and I can't remember his name, he's a collector. Anyways, what he was saying is that in the Magic world, the original art is insanely highly sought after.
Wow.
Like crazy. Like basically anything from the original Magic set. Like it could be, here's the Magic chair, right? It'll go for like $5,000 at least. Like that's worth at least that, and then of course it goes up to the tens of thousands. But what he was saying is a lot of artists that work on Magic that 5, 6, 7 years ago all started going digital because it's faster, are all going back to traditional because of the resale value of the art.
That's crazy, and it makes
They'll get-
total sense.
They'll get paid whatever they get paid to do a card, like a painting for a card. And I guess at the end of the day, Wizards of the Coast doesn't care if you did it in Photoshop or with macaroni. They don't care. They just want the final product. But if you can do a piece, right? Let's say you do a cover and you get paid whatever the hell the price is for a cover. I don't know, because I've never done a cover. Well, let's say for argument's sake, it's $500. You get paid $500 in the cover, but then you have the original art that in the collector aftermarket is worth $3,000 or whatever it is. The value of your work just like went stupid. Versus doing a Photoshop version where, well, you're not really allowed to sell prints of it because you don't own the rights unless that's part of your contract. Maybe you
Right.
can do a limited run, but you can't sell the original. And then
You just brought up a good question. So I'm sure it's in the contract, and I just haven't read it closely enough. But what are our rights for the Marvel stuff as like using it in kind of promotion?
none.
None. So we couldn't even like post pictures of the cards that we've done on a banner or something that we have at a show.
Oh, sorry. You can. My understanding is that you can promote the artist part of the set. So if you take a photograph of the card with the
Mhm.
branding and you say, "Here's my vision that I did for Endgame," then you're cool. But I don't know how it works in respect to using, because it's not so much about the art itself, because you own the right. The art, they can never take that away from you, and it's licensed to them. But you don't have the right to any of the IP on the art,
Right.
starting
So
with the Upper Deck Marvel logos, right?
yeah.
So,
So like some of the art books I have, like Sean Galloway are several of his art books, but in some of those he has a note in them at one page saying like something about like these are some of this is used for like educational purposes or something like that. And I guess is maybe that how you get around having like the fan art and pages of your book, because it's not like you're making a print, but I mean that's a whole different thing too because artists are selling prints of fan art at shows, but I know that's not technically.
yeah, it's not technically okay, but no, what we're doing right now is technically not okay, right? But
Is it
I
not
don't know.
though? Is there? I thought original art was treated differently, but
So
I don't
check
know.
this out. I don't know how well you can see my my screen. So you see this?
Yeah.
So this is from the Art of Sketch Cards Kickstarter, right? So I was one of the original
Uh-huh.
backers. Came with a package with a bunch of blanks and some promotional items. So this is, and I flipped the back and I was like, interesting. This is the Battle of Hoth painted by Ingrid Hardy in 2017, and this is a card that she did for a set, right? And it says, this painting was created exclusively for Topps Entertainment with approvals for Lucasfilm and Disney. This print might not be sold. So I'm sure she did all her due diligence to clear it, but she could never sell a print of this,
Okay, so
right?
it's basically just a giveaway in this.
But she can give it away and cite it there. But then there's this, which I'm not sure where it's from, but this one she was cleared for. Or I don't know if it's hers or it's one of the other contributing artists.
Huh, that's interesting.
There's got to be all. Well, let's see what else I have in here. Because there's a difference between giving
Yeah,
stuff
it's-
away and charging for it. And I don't know the legalities of it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
Yeah, I really wonder about the art books because I have seen like people have notes in there about how it's like for educational purposes and there's like, you know, some process stuff in there or whatever. And I'm wondering if that's to kind of try and make, you know, the fact that you have like fan art or something in there. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know the legalities around this. Photography, video content, I'm very well versed in, but not so much on this stuff. But it's I know like
And
one
it's
thing you
also,
can't do. That like I
what's
know
that?
that you can't make prints of, like if you did something for Endgame, and you have your IRS, you can't make prints of that and sell them. I don't think you can even give them away
Oh yeah.
contractually.
So one thing that I did a couple years ago when I made an Iron Man sticker and stuff like that. So I took my art from, I think it was the Infinity War set. I didn't reuse it, but what I did was I pulled like my Iron Man card into Clip Studio and I basically redrew it and then digitally colored it for a sticker. So it's not even really the same as the card, but like
So
I've
you swiped your
reused
own work?
stuff and those basically.
Did you give yourself credit?
Now say that I'm actually planning on doing that with a lot of those masterpieces cards too. If I make more stickers, I'm going to take some of those cards and turn them into something else.
Yeah, I mean that's dead art in that sense, right?
All right, I think I'm gonna have to go check in with everybody downstairs, see if I'm still in good standing with the family.
Okay. Oh, hang on.
I enjoyed hanging out. How long are you staying on for?
What is it? 4 o'clock. I'm gonna take a 5-minute, stretch my legs. I'm also gonna peek outside and see if like the end of days is coming with the snow. At least for another hour, if not longer.
Okay.
Like I said, besides not having a proper lunch, I'm still good for a bit. It
There you
looks like
go.
Sean Forney's gonna hop on in a couple of minutes. So
Awesome. So I might turn it back on and check you guys out for a little while, but I'm gonna go make sure I'm not in trouble.
yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much for hopping in. That was great chatting.
All right. Yeah.
And,
All right.
Yeah, we'll talk.
All right. Catch you next time.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little breather. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. And looks like we're gonna have somebody else on. It's gonna get really quiet for a couple of minutes. And we're back. And let's bring in Sean Forney, who's not drawing zombie strippers.
All right,
There
I'm
he
here.
is. There he is. What's going on?
Oh, trying to keep up with all the usual stuff, you know.
Oh,
How
yeah,
about you? How's the stream been today?
it's good. 6.5 hours so far.
Nice.
It's been interesting. It's an interesting experiment for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I got to catch you this morning for a little bit, and then dove into working on some stuff. So I haven't caught up in the last couple hours here.
All right. Yeah, I think you were in the chat when Rodney was around.
Yeah. And then I kind of had it playing in the background there for a little bit, and then I grabbed some lunch, dove into trying to finish up this cover, and that's when I turned on. I was watching Ant-Man and Wasp on the iPad.
Yeah. I need to rewatch that.
Hey, I really enjoy it. There's a lot of fun to it.
Yeah, I mean, not Paul Bettany. What's his name? Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really entertaining.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember enjoying the sequel as much as the first one, but I need to rewatch it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I just get my expectations set too high. I did that with Captain Marvel a couple of weeks ago. Like, I seen it originally, and I was like, eh. But then I finally rewatched it. I'm like, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
That's it. We had Rodney on. Russell was on for a bit.
Nice.
Talking about his Kickstarter. He was streaming from his truck.
Nice.
And then Gordon Wills was on just before you.
Yeah, I caught him like just getting ready to leave.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Nice. So it sounds like you've had a good mix.
Yeah, had a good mix. Had some nice jazz music playing earlier, just for you. But
Nice.
then, of course, you weren't there.
I did hear a little bit of it. I
Uh-huh.
heard you say you were getting ready to switch over the music, and you rattled off like what was it? It was like there was a hip hop something and something else, and then I think right as you were like finally choosing something, that's when I ran to grab lunch.
Yeah, I put on some EDM, and that worked well for about 5 minutes before it started giving me anxiety. I was like, this is way too intense.
Nice.
Yeah.
Started painting a little too fast, did you?
Yeah, I was like, okay, my heartbeat's starting to pick up. What the hell's going on?
Nice.
Yeah. So what have you been up to? What's this for?
This is one of the pieces for Scarlet's Field Guide, Cryptids and Other Creatures here. So
Okay.
finishing up like the last little bits of artwork for it. Like when you had Rodney on this morning, he was, he finished up one story and he's got one more to work on. So getting the last little bits of stuff together here so we can get this off to the printer.
And you're on track for March, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Very
Should
nice.
really hoping by the end of the month have pretty much everything ready to go, get off to the printer. But even if we hit into March, the printer should take about a week and a half, something like that, to get stuff in our hands, and then we'll start shipping it out.
And are you ready to get started on the next chapter?
Not quite yet, just because the plate's been a little full with trying to wrap up this Kickstarter, get everything shipped out and all that. But on top of that, I know you and Rodney talked about this morning. We've got the Power Ninja Tunes book that Rodney and I worked on. Their Kickstarter launches tomorrow night.
Yep.
And so I've been trying to get all that finalized on top of finalizing this one. Plus, the average stuff around the house that we've been trying to take care of, all that. So as soon as some of this stuff gets kind of squared away, then we'll dive into the next issue.
Cool.
Trying to get some ideas of where the story's gonna wind up.
So I think I read the first couple of issues. I think they came in. The digital version came in with Roadkill Rampage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. This day's getting a little fuzzy.
I bet.
But yeah, I've never done a full day of just constant work. Right, there's always something else in between.
Oh sure.
Well, no, right. So it's kind of interesting, but I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the piece is coming out fantastic.
Thank you. I'm really pleased with the progress. I did kind of nerf it a little bit because I used too much extender medium for the initial wash.
Okay.
So the whole bottom here just dried like 2 hours ago, so I couldn't really touch it.
Oh yeah.
Because the plan was to do the background and work in, but then it was too wet, so kind of wasted a little bit of time watching it dry. But
Hey, it's working out. It's looking
yeah,
good.
it's just in terms of how to kind of maximize the time,
Oh yeah.
right? Because if I didn't have to worry about the edges around the foreground, I could do the background faster.
Sure.
But I couldn't work on the background, so I had to work on the foreground, and now that I can finally get into the background, I gotta watch the edges, which I might mess up anyways, but whatever.
Yeah, you can always go back in and tweak as you do it. It'll work.
Yeah, it'll work. It just, again, optimizing the time.
Yep. Yeah, I heard you talking this morning about the whole thing where you're trying to put together the portfolio and get some like full size, full rendered pieces and whatnot, and it makes a lot of sense and totally get what you're going for there.
Yeah, I mean, this is 5x7, and the cap, which I worked on the last week or so on my streams, was meant, or is meant to be in that group of portfolio type pieces.
Nice.
So, yeah, just putting in the time to try to get some commercial work.
Oh yeah.
I keep on saying sketch cards are great, commissions are great, but some commercial work would be cool too.
Oh, absolutely.
You know all about that, right? So.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I mean, that's the trickiest thing. Like doing this stuff is like once you like dive in and start doing any kind of work, like the idea of putting together a portfolio always falls by the wayside because there's always something that pops up. It's like, it never fails. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna work on doing a new piece for this, and then stuff falls into your lap you need to do. So I fully understand the struggle of that, and hopefully this will lead you on to some bigger, better, whatever it is that you want to chase down there. But then keep you busy enough you don't need to do it anymore. Just keep doing your thing.
Yep. We'll see. I mean, if nothing else, I like doing it, so it's fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not writing code for a day.
There you go.
I'm just gonna need to get redder. Oh. So we're not allowed to talk about WandaVision.
Okay.
But did you watch it?
I did. Caught it Friday, like right before Rodney and I streamed Friday night. Yeah, definitely just
right.
yeah. I don't even know what to say that's not a spoiler, and it's like they have done so well at keeping the hype going by just giving us enough of a taste, whet our appetite. Then the episode ends and it's like, well, wait, what happened here? Like, what's going on? And it has totally turned into that. Like, I think Rodney said it best, like last week when we were talking about it or whatever. It's like it's become that new Walking Dead. It's everything everybody wants to talk about around the water cooler at work or whatever.
Yeah.
Where everybody's intrigued enough by it. It keeps the conversation going. And again, I know somebody was somebody I listened to or somebody I talked with or whatever was talking about how like people were upset at the get-go because they weren't going to release it all at once so people could binge it. They were going to follow the weekly format that, you know, we'd get if this thing were airing on TV, and it's totally working. People are talking about it every week. Like,
It's funny because if you remember, Amazon tried to do that with The Tick,
I still haven't watched The Tick.
but they totally messed it up because they did 6 episodes, like week to week, and it was really good. And then they took like a 6-month break, just kind of mid-story, no conclusion or anything, and then nobody tuned back in.
Yeah, you can't do that. You got to keep up a regular schedule. Like, I can understand, like, I think they did it with Mandalorian for the first season. I think they took a week off of no new episode or something like that.
But that was because of a holiday or something, wasn't it?
Right. Something of that nature, which made sense because they knew that they weren't going to get the prime viewership that they wanted to hit that week. So it's like, okay, we'll take a week off. Everybody comes back, and you're just that much more antsy to sit there and watch it.
Yeah.
And I really hope the rumor holds true about this whole thing that's floating around right now of the last 3 episodes are all going to be an hour long.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Yeah. Because like it seems like, you know, looking at it from the outside, it seems like there's so much more story they've got to tell, and it's like, how are you going to do that in an hour and a half? Now, 3 hours. Yeah, we should be golden. Oh, look who just showed up.
Oh, look who woke up. Driveway shoveled and salted back from Ace to get salt and 50-to-1 oil.
Nice. Yeah,
Nice.
I went to Ace Friday to get salt too.
Ace is like Home Depot, right?
It's like a mini Home Depot.
Okay.
It's like I'm trying to think of a good comparison. It's much closer to a mom and pop hardware store.
Do you guys have home hardware?
Maybe.
Okay. That's what it sounds like to me. They're like convenience size store Home Depots.
Yeah. It's
Convenience size
exactly
store.
that.
Okay.
You can go in and get all your typical house needing stuff, but you can't go in and buy like lumber or anything like too absurd.
Right.
But you know,
you can buy 4 different colors of paint, but that's
yeah. Yeah, and Josh just said it's the Walgreens of a hardware store. That's true. I mean, it's about that size. It's got a little bit of everything. They you know, in a pinch they've got stuff, but around here they were the only place that actually had salt in stock over the last few days.
Yeah.
Like all the big box stores, they were all sold out.
There's stacks of salt at the gas station.
Yeah.
No shortage of salt here.
Our gas station only had like the salt you use for the water purifier thing, water softener.
You could use that on the snow. Might be
yeah,
a little pricey.
And one of our neighbors did. There's still giant pellets all over the sidewalk outside. They've been there for like 2 weeks.
They'll clear out by next winter.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm not going to go that route. I'm going to wait. And, you know, I waited a couple days, and then our HOA has its own like little Facebook group.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody in the group works at Ace, and somebody had been asking about salt. So he put up a post Friday morning. He's like, hey, I'm doing my half-day shift at Ace today. If anybody needs salt, we got it.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So I shot him a message because I was trying to find the pet-friendly stuff because not only do we have a dog, but like all of our neighbors do. So he's like, yep, we got it. Ran off, got some salt, and it's kept everything pretty clear for the day. We just started getting we're kind of getting some like freezing rain, ice stuff right now. You know, stuff that's going to make it really fun later on when people are trying to drive.
Yeah, we didn't start here yet, which is like every time I check the weather, it's like, oh yeah, you know, in a couple hours, in a couple hours, in a couple hours. So kind of happy about that. But I'm sure I'm gonna wake up tomorrow morning and just swear a lot.
Our forecast keeps changing. It's like as of this morning, they were saying we were going to get like 14 inches of snow. Now it's kind of changed. We're like back down to the 8 to 12 range, but we're getting a lot more ice than they anticipated. I think they set up to a half-inch ice.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Did you guys get hit by that stupid ice storm like 5 years ago, where like the branches were freezing, took out the power in a bunch of places?
I don't recall it. 5 years ago is a little fuzzy.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think we did. But I think areas either south of us or something did. I kind of recollect what you're talking about, but it seems like everywhere we have something like that going on.
I just remember, I mean, besides not having power, and we ended up going to a hotel because it was like 3 days with no power. I remember, like, I didn't have any cash, and the power was out for like half the city. So I popped into, like, okay, all the food's starting to go bad. So I popped into a Subway, and I had US cash because I'd recently gone to the States. So I had like $60 US. And so I go to that, and I go to order my subs, and lady's like, okay, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to pay in US dollars if you don't mind. She's like, no, we can't take that. Like, what do you mean you can't take it? I'm like, just give it to me at like dollar for dollar.
Right.
No, I can't do it. And people in line like, are you kidding me? And then one guy is like, oh man, I wish I had more cash. I'd just change it for you, but I only got $20. I'm like, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. And then I'm driving down 2 blocks, and then there was a grocery store who had power. So I was like, all right, burgers and hot dogs and powdered milk.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you won't take my money. I'll find somebody who will.
It's like, I was like, I'm gonna give it to you at face value, right? Like, you know, it's gonna be $30 for the subs. I'll give you $30 US. That's like 45 Canadian. No, can't do it. Okay, bye.
Could have had a nice little tip there, but they didn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. You're a loss.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Warner saying that Detroit got hit with a super ice storm. Yeah, that makes sense because it was all of southern Ontario, so it would have fallen into.
Yeah, I want to say that probably did not hit us if it was hitting that area, because that's still a good like 4-hour drive north of us.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely wouldn't have made it to your place. So Werner originally said he's going to hop on all day, but I figured he fell asleep or he's shoveling snow. So maybe we'll let him in later. He behaves.
I wouldn't put him past him that it was a nap that got in the way.
I was gonna, but then I fell asleep. Yeah, we'll see. I'll still be on for a bit.
I'm sure he's told tales of his recliner that he's got in his blanket that he curls up with the dog and just passes out.
No, that's brand new information.
Oh, okay. I've had a few times where I've tried calling him where, it's not early, but like, maybe it's like 9 a.m. his time, 10 mine or something like that. He's like, sorry, I was sleeping. I was in the chair with the dog. The dog gets you all warm, then you got the blanket, and you just, zonk out. It's not like I don't do that as well. I was totally doing that last night.
But Indy's a little dog, right?
Yeah, he's like all of 15 pounds.
Yeah, one of my dogs started getting into this nasty habit around 4 o'clock in the morning. They sleep in the bed with us.
Yeah.
Both of them. So around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, she'll want to curl up and sleep on my pillow. So I sleep on my right side with a pillow under my head. And then she'll curl up and put her head on the pillow as well and just like nest her head in my chest.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, okay, but it's like clockwork.
Yep.
Wake up because she walks on my head, and like if I have the blanket all pulled up, She'll swat at it. Let me in. It's like,
That's
okay.
funny. Indy does almost the same thing, and it's around that same time, so somewhere between 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but it just been okay. I guess I'm up now.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
yourself comfortable. Can we go back to bed now?
Now let me wake you up so you can get out of my way, and
Basically,
then I'm gonna get comfortable and go back to sleep.
yeah. Gotta love them.
Oh yeah.
She used to sleep on the back of my head. Again, on the pillow.
Yep.
But then she kind of got out of that for a bit, and she just like kind of just sleeping in the center of the bed, and then all of a sudden she wants to do this now. So it's like, okay. And then the other one just sleeps at my feet. Just leans against my leg. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Did you get around to busting up the paint?
Not yet. Not yet. Not like I'd like to. There was one piece for the Cryptis book that I was thinking of trying to throw some paint on, and it might not be like full on paint, but it might be some washes. Once that's done and I kind of get some of the other stuff wrapped up, then hopefully I can do it, because like I don't know if you do it, but like whenever I've got some ideas floating around, like I'll sit there and just like do little doodles in my sketchbook and kind of make myself notes of like, something to come back to.
Yeah.
And I've got a handful of those in the sketchbook of stuff that I'd like to just fiddle around with, paint, play around, and just have something. So once the stuff's caught up, I'll dive into it.
I haven't touched my sketchbook in probably a year.
Oh wow.
It's just whenever I have time to do something, it's either sets or commissions.
Yeah.
So actually, I think the last thing that I was just doing to just doodle was a little Bane thing.
Okay.
Actually, no, yeah, and I did pull out a sketchbook, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna do this little Bane, sitting on the couch drawing. And then I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna throw some paint on this. And like 3 hours later, I'm like, okay, no.
Yeah, I don't usually get like that in depth with my sketchbook. My sketchbook is usually just me doing like a bunch of little scribbles of, just, getting a thought down on paper.
Yeah, and that's what the sketchbook's for. That's what I should do with it. I just haven't touched it.
I do it pretty religiously. Like every morning, I got to do some sort of warm up sketch to loosen everything up before I dive into stuff. And like I said, that's usually where I'll get an idea and be like, "Oh, hey, like like I said, there's some stuff I want to paint." So it's like a few weeks back, I scribbled down an idea of something to do with Skeletor. And so it's like, I'll sit there and like even make myself notes of like, "Ooh, do this, do that." So that way, hopefully I don't have to keep it floating around with my head as much, so it's driving me nuts.
Right.
At least the idea is there. I don't have to try to constantly think about it. But
Gordon says it's the Catwoman or hardware stores.
there you go.
Okay.
Do you follow Megan Hetrick at all?
I don't think so. The name doesn't ring a bell.
She, for the last few days, has been posting this really nice Swamp Thing painting. And she's doing like an acrylic underpainting, and then she's going to go back in and finish it with oils. And actually, kind of like your sky in the background of Kraven there is kind of reminiscent of what she's got in the painting so far, because there's like this really bright yellow sun coming through the swamp, and then Swamp Thing front and center in it. But she paints with like a little bit of everything. I've seen her do acrylic, I've seen her do gouache, and then oil. Just beautiful work.
What's her name?
Megan Hetrick. Let me see if I can pull her Instagram up here because I'm sure it's got some sort of twist on it or something like that.
Yeah, just flip me the link. I'll definitely check it out. I did a little bit of Instagram purge yesterday.
Okay.
I did a while back. I joined one of those loops.
Loops?
Gordon loops, like one of those like loops.
Okay.
And it's like a comic book loop. And it's like, okay, cool, got 100 new followers overnight, whatever. But they're all people selling comic books.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like it's like nobody's really engaging or liking. It's not doing anything. I'm just seeing all this weird shit in my feed. So,
yeah, that makes it like I don't know. It's just really difficult when you got stuff like that where it's like, hey, we'll come, support each other, and it's like you're totally the odd man out, and it's like.
But I don't even get them as all being like little local comic shops where they're all selling the same thing. So Comic Book Wednesday, and everyone's got the new variant of Batman.
Right.
And I wake up Thursday morning, go to Instagram, it's cool, and see like 6 people selling the same thing. It's like, okay,
yeah,
that's great. So I kind of purged those. Oh, everybody's sending.
Yeah. That's her Instagram there, so you can check it out.
Oh wow, that is something.
Right?
Very nice. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna follow her.
Yeah, I figured you'd want to see that.
Yeah, she's got quite the variety. I'll troll her later.
There you go.
Quarter to 5. All right. Well, then I think it's been a productive day.
Good.
I would have liked to be a little further along, 7 hours in, but that's the wrong yellow shit. Sorry. Pardon my French. But yeah, I like it. So what's on the docket for this week?
As far as like work stuff, or as far as our crazy streams, all of it, any of it, none of it.
Anything that's share worthy.
So Power Ninja Tunes, which anybody that's followed me has probably seen me post all this stuff. That Kickstarter launches tomorrow. So try to promote that a little bit this week, sharing some of the art. And then another book that I did a cover for, Poe Macabre Master, that launches Wednesday. It's from Bardstone Publishing. So I did cover illustration for their Kickstarter. And then Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, when Rodney and I stream over on Rodney's channels. I believe that's the night we're doing Venom Night, where Rodney and I are going to try to, in 30 minutes, do an ink sketch.
Is
and
Rodney going to do a female Venom portrait? I heard about that. I'm going to watch that tonight.
Yeah, the Ant-Man and Wasp, that was, oh my God, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Couples
therapy.
Yeah. It was just, like, anytime somebody made a comment, it just went downhill real fast. So yeah, we're gonna try that, and then Friday will be another night of us just like working on commissions and stuff. So I'll be back to working on that Ahsoka and Vader commission that I started. I'll probably do a little bit of morning streams working on that, but it's a big piece. It's gonna take a little bit to finish.
That's looking nice.
Thank
It's
you.
looking really nice. Yeah, that Vader is bumpy. That's the one you're trying to figure out what his boots look like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I finally found some decent boot reference after like searching all over for a little bit.
Vader boots.
So yeah, I'm gonna try working on that. And Rodney gave me some ideas of how to approach some of the background stuff. Never heard of it until he mentioned it. I'm gonna give it a try. So he said, well, just take a razor blade and some ink. I'm like, do what now? He's like, oh yeah, you take some ink, pour it on the paper, and you take a razor blade and strike across it real fast. I'm like, well, hang on, I've got those tools sitting right here. Let me try this. I was like, is this what you mean? So I gave it a shot. I gotta like try to fine tune it a little bit, but it gives this like really neat like streak effect.
Okay.
So it's like literally, you just take your paper, put a couple of dabs of ink on there from the dropper or whatever, and you take a straight edge razor blade and just, whichever way, right or left, and it like kind of creates like that motion blur look.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try doing that a little bit, possibly, because I've got such a big space because it's, it's the whole cover spread out, and I'm gonna kill myself trying to do it all with marker.
Yeah, I bet.
And those sketch covers, they're just awful when it comes to paint.
So make sure you don't cut through the cover.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're just gonna do a little X here, and that's where the Death Star went, and it blew up a hole. It's good.
Yeah.
Tell a story, make it into an interactive 3D piece.
Exactly.
Is that one gonna go get graded?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't believe so, but I still try to, protect them as I'm working on them as best as possible, I guess, is the best approach I can take so that, somebody does decide to get it graded or whatever.
But do people usually tell you in advance that they're gonna try to get it graded? Or not try, gonna get it graded? But.
Yeah, most people do, but there's been some instances of, oh, this looks really cool. You know what? I am gonna get this graded, or maybe they forgot to tell me, or I forgot to ask right from the get-go. So there's times where I get a surprise message of, yeah, I want to get that graded, where it's like, oh, okay, now I've got to scramble and grab the paperwork, get it filled out, go through the mess of trying to get it shipped to the right place.
Oh, you have to do all the paperwork? I don't know how any of this works. So.
Yeah, so like when I go through CGC, I've got an artist account through CGC, so I can like direct submit it. I don't have to go through a middleman. But yeah, you've got to fill out this like multiple formed paper. Like you fill it out once, but there's like a bunch of carbon copies underneath it. There's like 5 or 6 of them. But it's like you got to write down all this information, like the person getting the commission, you got to have their CGC account number and their address, their phone number, their email, yada, 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 all this stuff. And then I've got to put my information in there somewhere. Write down what book it is, how many of them I signed or drew on or whatever, all those gobbledygook. And then there's another form that you fill out, basically, signing as your own witness of, yes, this is going to such and such, and I did the work. And then you got to put all your information in there again.
Like an affidavit that this is legitimate and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's like quite a bit of paperwork to it that that's all got to be submitted with the book. Now when I do CBCS, I got, thankfully, a friend of mine introduced me to another individual that does CBCS grading. I just ship the stuff to him and he takes care of it. I don't have to do anything extra. I just got to send him off the book.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it's perfect. He takes care of it, and I think he gets a little cut of doing the grading or whatever, something like that, to compensate for his time. But I don't have to deal with charging for that. I don't have to deal with any of the other nonsense. He handles it.
Yeah, because there's a cost to grading stuff, right?
Yeah, it's like roughly $30 a book plus other odds and ends that you can add on.
That covers the slab?
I believe so. It's like $30 plus like whatever shipping is from FedEx or UPS ground. And then like you can add on stuff like if you need your book pressed, or if you want to, I think they call it like fast tracking it. If you want it quicker, it's like another $15 or something.
Oh yeah,
goofy.
Express,
Yeah.
whatever.
But you know, I understand the people that want to get the stuff graded and slabbed and all that stuff because they want to keep it pristine and they want to have something that, you know, records its value and who did the stuff and all that. And they've got a paper trail in essence. I get it. I myself, I'm just not that big of a fan of the whole thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, does it really add to the value of the book? Maybe.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. If it's your thing, and I want one that's a 9.8 because that means it's like super pristine. But the thing is, it's in a piece of plastic. Unless you open it and go through that whole process, it just serves that it's there's a piece of paper there telling you how good a condition it is, and you got to look at it under plastic.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't get it. Did you ever have someone ask for, a graded one that comes back and it's like a 9.4 and they're pissed off because they wanted a 9.8?
Thankfully, I've never had that happen.
But that's out of your control, right?
Yeah, most of the time that stuff is completely out of my control. And the nice thing with like doing like the sketch cover stuff, and I only just found this out like a week or two ago. Like if you want to get a sketch cover graded, it's basically more so that you've got that pedigree of so and so drew on it and signed it, and they don't actually grade those. They just encase them,
certified that,
and certify the name that of whoever signed and drew on it or painted on it or whatever.
But I've seen people with sketch covers like on Instagram where it's got 9.4, 9.6, 9.8.
Yeah, and you can still go that route.
Oh, but you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to. And like I said, that was something I just found out is like if you want it just basically to have that piece of paper saying to prove that so and so worked on it, you can go that route. Which is nice because that's what Cody, the guy that I use for CBCS, let me know about it. He's like, you can do this, and then that way you don't have a sketch cover here with like a 9.8 and this one's a 9.6 and all these varying numbers. Because inevitably, when you're working on a sketch cover, there's gonna be a slight little ding something.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna happen. So this way you can get it. You got all your proof there in the paperwork and on the book itself when they slap it in the slab. And you don't have to worry about like the numbers in the top not all being 9.8 or whatever.
Right. Strange world.
Oh yeah.
Do you do your own COAs?
We just started doing that this past year. We did a bunch of live sales because of no cons happening.
Yeah.
So we got asked when somebody wanted to get a particular book. It's like, well, can you do a COA? And it's like, don't see why not.
So, what is that? Just a piece of paper?
Yeah, basically it's a piece of paper, and we tried to be fancy about it and printed it on like some parchment type paper.
Ooh la la.
Yeah, and Steph designed like a little, like a half of an 8.5 by 11 that we can print out. That's got my logo on it and gives the information and whatnot, and then I just got to sign it when I sign the book. So,
cool.
So
just an extra step to verify that it's legit.
Yeah. Trying to.
Because I saw, I think it was a Clan McDonald the McMaster collection agency.
Yes.
Love his post. I saw some of those things they're offering COAs. Like,
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
they're doing the COAs from their end.
Yeah, and Steve's hilarious because he was the one that I really picked up on and doing the COA thing. He's like, yeah, you're getting charged for these things because I hate going through the process of doing them and printing them.
Oh,
And it's like, all right, Steve's my excuse. If somebody wants a COA, they get a little extra tacked onto it because I'm the same way. It's like, man, it's another thing I've got to fill out.
some more shit I gotta do.
It's like I would gladly do it, but it costs an extra couple of bucks for that, printer ink and piece of paper.
That fancy parchment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ordered. I don't really collect anything, but every now and then on eBay I'll find a signed something, right?
Hmm.
Print or whatever. And I ordered a couple of various things over the years, and there was like an extra $5 for a COA. It's not like a slab or anything like that.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, okay, it's an extra $5 to certify that so and so did this. And it comes in, it's just like a printed piece of paper with the company logo, and one of them had a serial number on it, which was kind of cool. I'm like, oh, I wonder if this is unique. But
yeah, we did that kind of same thing as like we not necessarily a serial number. At least we've been trying to keep track and number the stuff when it goes out, to tie into a particular book. Anytime I've done like the exclusive variant type stuff, whatever those are numbered to, it's like we'll try to match up the COAs and stuff.
there's one thing that I got. It was a Vampirella print, hand signed by Jusco.
Oh, nice.
I think I posted it on Instagram. It's a really nice print. Kind of looks like Peg Bundy.
Okay.
Somebody made that comment. But anyways, it came with a COA, and I mean the signature looks right. I got a couple of things that I just autographed. But I messaged Joe on Instagram with a picture. I mean, like, did you really sign this? And he said, maybe. I don't know. I signed a lot of stuff.
Yeah. After a while, man, it's like
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, cool.
after a while, like it's hard to remember what all you signed, not signed, and there's been a few times where I've seen some like stuff I've worked on and kind of forgot that I worked on it.
Who was it? I think it was Warner, maybe. That a card popped up in the groups, and he's like, "Oh, that's really cool. It looks familiar though. It's because it's your card." I think he even went as far as to comment, "Who's the artist?" And the person replied, "You."
Well, I mean, when you're doing like 200 of them at a time, it's
Yeah, it all gets blurry.
It all turns to mush.
Yeah, Gordon concurs. It was Warner.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, yeah, it's him. That's a Warner.
That's awesome.
I love seeing stuff pop up on eBay, and you're like, "You're charging how much for that?"
Oh yeah, like when like the first set of cards Warner and I both worked on, so it was either Marvel Premiere or something like that. We both ended up working on the same set right around the same time, and I think he checked. I think it was eBay that he checked, like soon after the cards were out there, and he found a couple of my cards, and he sent me over links, and it was absurd. It was those like the 5x7, the oversized cards, and they were going for they were trying to sell them for like $400. I'm like, yeah, good luck.
I don't know. The 5x7s are rare, but
I don't know. I haven't checked in a while because Josh just chimed in. It was It was 2017.
Yeah.
Last time I looked, they were still up there.
Hey, listen, if somebody will pay for it, I'm all for it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
If you can sell my card for $300, do it.
Heck, go for it. I mean,
Yeah.
I wish I could be that successful at it.
Do you have APs left?
I do. I don't remember exactly what I've got off the top of my head, but I know I do have APs.
And you don't sell them. I asked Rodney the same thing, and then he showed me like 3 pages worth of APs.
I've got. I think I've probably got 2 pages and then a few individual and some hard cases. I haven't listed anything for sale as far as APs go for a little while. Probably in like the last year or so, because I got inundated with a bunch of stuff all of 2020 because people were very nice to me with like regular size commissions. Nothing against the sketch cards or whatnot, but it was just I think more so I frequent other comic book circles more so than like sketch card stuff. But I do have a couple of sketch card commissions on the old list there. Which one of those was thanks to JD.
Are you doing one for JD?
It's for his buddy. I want to say Eugene.
Yep. Deacon.
But JD was the one that like set it up.
Right. JD's a great guy that way.
Oh yeah. I like. It was funny. He did it like JD set it up while we were streaming one night, and he was like, "Yeah," he's like, "I'm sending a buddy your way," and it was like he no more than said that, and I already had a message in the inbox, and
yeah, I don't think Eugene sleeps.
It was like got it all set up, squared away, and whatnot, and I got like one other not too long ago, maybe just a month or so back, somebody asked for one. Oddly enough, they want a matching card to that 2017 set. I did a Loki in that set, and they want a Thor that complements it.
Oh.
So that's one of the commissions on the list.
That's cool.
But if anybody would be interested in APs or whatnot, they can always message me. All my stuff is Sean Forney art, except for Facebook is Sean Forney illustration. So easy enough to find me and shoot me a message. I think I'm gonna jump off here because it's getting close to the old dinner time here.
Oh,
and
dinner.
Can't do much more with pen on the mermaids here, so probably a good stopping point.
Cool. Well, thanks for hopping on. They look great.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me on and get to chat here for a little bit. And
yeah, my pleasure.
Kraven's looking killer, dude.
Thanks, man. Still so much to go.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
I'm digging it though.
Thank you, sir. I think this is the bottom's finally dry.
Nice.
No, it's not.
No.
No. So I know you gotta go. So I did a layer of the extender medium, and then I kind of go like this to make sure it's all nice and wet. And for some reason, the bottom didn't reflect. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do another layer, and then I put it down, and I look up at the screen, and it's just like mirror finish.
Nice.
So yeah.
Can you? I mean, obviously, it's probably not something you want to do right now, but and it's been forever since I've used any kind of extender or anything like that. Can you take a hairdryer to it and try to speed it up a little bit, or?
Yeah, but I'm not Warner. I don't have a hairdryer in my office.
Right.
Probably got one in his fanny pack, but I don't. So I tried blowing on it, didn't work.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
I had to get one in there, man.
Yeah, for sure. I'll take it. Cool. Well, thanks so much for hopping in.
Yeah, man.
Definitely,
Thanks for
man.
having me. Have fun. Keep plugging away there, and looks like Warner might join you here soon. So
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Warner,
Cool.
if you wanna join in, just you have the link, so just pop on. I'll let you in.
cool, man.
Cool.
Have fun. Good luck.
Great. Thanks, buddy.
Yep. Take her
Chat
easy.
to you later. Bye.
Later. Bye.
Okay, now Warner's got to get prepared, so. Give him a minute. Actually, no, before Warner hops on, I'm gonna get up again. Oh, it's a lot of sitting today. Give this guy a little chance to dry. Warner, just hop in the back room whenever you're ready. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and if you're there, I'll let you in. If not, then we'll patiently wait. Okay, I'm back. Looks like Warner's not quite here yet. Probably shoveling snow again. Oh yeah, snacks in the green room, Gordon. That's what it's all about. You got snacks? Where'd you get snacks from? All right, I'm gonna start adding some colors to the wood. Ooh, that's not good. So burnt umber of a different hue. This is the Liquitex burnt umber, which is different than the Decor burnt umber. Which doesn't make sense because, you know, think that all the colors are the same, but they are not. Maybe a little too dark. There we go. Oh, I think we got Warner. Hey, man. Ooh,
Hey,
freaking naughty.
what's going on, dude?
You know, doing a little bit of painting for a change.
Oh, good idea.
That looks filthy.
Yeah, it is.
Silk?
Well, here's actually I gotta finish this. Idea looks. Oh, now you're on closed captioning.
Oh, okay. I didn't do that.
Yeah, something's going on. Yeah, so I was doing I think I'll finish this off.
Oh, that's looking good.
So yeah, it was I was working on this, and I think I was talking to JD. And we were talking about a certain genre of drawing females. And so I was like, and he had mentioned that he, someday he should get a sexy silk.
Yeah, that sounds like JD.
And I go, oh yeah, and do her in like the webbing outfit. And so I was like, well, shoot, that's actually a pretty good idea. So, I started this one.
Yeah, that looks nice.
So I spent a lot of time last night working on the background. Readers.
You're going heavy with the paint lately, huh? Some of the things you showed me.
Yeah, it's you know what? For some reason, it's just I don't know if it's just because of how I'm set up right now, in my studio, but it just seems to be because I'm not even doing anything special. I'm just using like watercolor pencils
Oh, right.
as cakes. But it's just, they're sitting right next to me, and it's like instead of having to dig through all my markers and stuff, it's
You should tag JD in the comments if you're on Facebook. They can't tag in StreamYard.
let's see. Shift. Wait. Oh wait, I have to do that.
But hang on, are you gonna be working on that, or are you working on Danny?
I'm gonna work on Danny a little bit, and then go into some colors on that. I want to see, because I'm trying to I want to get a little more definition in the bear, but not so much that it takes away.
Right.
I'm just in inking mode, and I've been doing, I've been playing around with when inking after the painting, like for the highlighted areas, using an ink wash, just watering down the ink and letting the highlights kind of do most of the delineation, if you will.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then just basically inking straight ink on the low lights, the shadows and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up working too much detail in the bear, then you just have to go more detail in her, and it'll balance out.
Yeah, and as soon as you start going into more detail on female characters, they start looking old and wrinkly.
Oh, not necessarily on the face, but like in the costume, right?
But yeah.
No, that's looking really good. So you got a little bit of snow there?
Yeah, we got they say it was like an inch overnight, but it was like probably about 2 to 3. And the roads are just an absolute mess.
Yeah, I bet.
I mean, we've had some sub-zero days here.
Yeah, it's that polar vortex, right? You guys got hit with the same thing we did?
I'm checking to see if it's yeah, we're just totally closed captioned. It's weird.
It's not me. It's got to be on you. Click your little gear icon.
What do I click on?
There's a little gear icon on
yeah.
the bottom, and you can turn off closed captioning or leave it on. I mean, it's just Facebook doing it in real time.
On audio. No, there's no.
Okay. And I'll tell you. Maybe Facebook thinks you need closed captioning.
There we go. So how long have you been on?
7 hours and 31 minutes.
Peace. How much longer do you have to go on that painting?
6 hours.
Oh, what a marathon!
Oh, it's not getting done today. There's no way. I can't do this for another 6 hours. I haven't eaten. I'm getting a little peckish. Like I had a Twix bar. So, that's good.
Gotcha.
And I don't really want to have more coffee.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if. Hold on a sec. Oh, you know what it is? It's closed captioned if you turn the volume all the way down.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I've got it going on my iPad here because I'm still watching it as well.
Got it. That makes sense. Isn't that smart?
Yeah. let's go one click up. So it's not because I just out of the corner of my eye, I just see things moving. It's a little weird.
Gordon says tomorrow is Mardi Gras. I can make up for it. It's not Mardi Gras here.
Yeah, but Gordon's in Narlands.
Narlands. He was on earlier.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I actually tuned in for a little bit.
I like Gordon. He's fun.
Gordon's good people. He's good people.
So we had Rodney, we had Sean, we had Gordon, we had Russell Allen. Monshaw said that he might pop on.
Oh, cool.
We'll see.
What about Pat?
Pat's streaming as we're speaking.
Oh, okay.
Because he's doing his gaming thing. But he popped into the comments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's watching. But yeah, he streams at this time. But it was nice. He set my stream as, I don't know what it's called in Twitch. So when he's not online, it's playing mine on his channel.
Oh, cool.
So that was nice.
That's cool of him.
I think he's just happy that there's Kraven. Oh, what is going on? Yeah, I'm not picking that up. Hang on one second.
Yep. Hello.
Afternoon trading.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Is this Henry Osh?
No, it's not.
So whom am I speaking with?
Who's calling, please? Okay, somebody trying to sell me something.
Or sell it to somebody else.
Or that, yeah.
Yeah, and then said, you know what, you'll do.
Well, they asked for me by name. He said, "Is this Andre?" I'm like, "No, it's not." He's like, "Well, who am I speaking with?" I'm like, "Well, who's calling, please?"
Yeah.
And he hung up.
Bloop.
Based on the call display, it's not a legitimate call. Because
No.
when the phone number is V0012, blah, 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 it's like 17 digits. And yeah.
Got that song stuck in my head now. I was listening to was it Music Choice or whatever?
I don't know what that is.
It's the TV channel that plays music.
Oh, okay. Still don't know what it is, but
Yeah, like a cable thing.
Okay, just like a music channel.
Yeah, so yeah, but it's not like videos. It's literally just plays like music.
Oh, okay.
And this Foreigner's Jukebox Hero was on.
And now it's stuck in your head.
What? Yeah, now it's stuck in my head. Got one guitar.
I should have hopped in earlier. Let's give us some background music.
Yeah, I did a stream once with the thing in the background, but it was like turned really, really low.
Well, there's all these playlists on YouTube of royalty-free music.
Yeah.
And that's what I usually put on, but I got a little bored of the lo-fi hip-hop earlier, and then I put on an EDM list. I listened to that for about 5 minutes before my heartbeat started rising, and it was starting to give me anxiety. So I found a nice jazz, like lounge jazz, which is kind of pianos. It's really good. I'm gonna actually bookmark that before I forget. Where is it? Coffee House Jazz and bookmark. So this isn't a commission, right? You're just doing this to.
Yeah, no, I'm actually thinking of doing another claim sale
Yeah.
for these paintings.
Do it.
So,
You know what you should do is you should do a teaser showing the pictures, and then say on sale, blah 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 blah.
yeah, I might do that relatively soon because I don't want to try and because a big audience is the card market. Turn around and try and run a sale when Masterpieces is about to drop.
Yeah, but that's going to be any day now.
Yeah. So, because that's just gonna burn out everybody's pocketbook, and
Right.
but I may do like you said, a teaser. I don't know what's going on with this brush.
Isn't that way people can see what there is and they don't before?
Yeah, but I mean it's but it's just yeah. This brush is irritating me.
Oh yeah, Gordon had the mispleasure of doing that because he didn't know that Masterpieces are about to hit EPAC. It's okay, it got delayed.
Yeah, and it looks like, because everybody got so irritated by that, they just turn around and burn their money on
Spider-Man, yeah. That's why I was telling Rodney I missed their stream Friday because I was watching live box breaks of FUSM.
Yeah.
And then it's like one after another. And,
oh, like when Eugene was going off?
Yeah. You see hit the car sketch?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then one of his buddies went on. So I'm like, oh, let's go watch that. And then, by the time that was done, these guys were over. But I heard it was a great stream because Rodney really messed up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's what the word is. And there he's doing, I think he was doing the Wasp. And yeah. His words, not mine. Train wreck. So I gotta go check that out tonight.
Was that the stream that they were talking about, like Discovery Plus?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Oh, okay. So it must have been on Thursday or whatever.
It was Fridays. I did watch.
Because I was asking if, and I still haven't checked.
Oh, right, your show. I need to check that too because you sent me a link.
Yeah.
Well, not your show. The show that. Well, let's call it your show. So you're in that?
Oh yeah. For about, I don't know, a few minutes. You can just see the back of my head.
No. Do you get a royalty check every time that airs?
No.
Listen, you did not negotiate your contract properly.
There's no negotiation of contracts in the Navy.
In the name.
Yeah, it was a documentary.
Right. So the Navy approved it, and then you're just there to do your job.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. This is.
I think I'm gonna need to channel some Bob Ross and all this foliage.
Happy little tree.
Yeah, I'm not gonna paint every single leaf, right? Just gonna get a big brush and do some dry brush leaf texture, and that's it. hopefully works out. Originally, this was going to be a cityscape. And I'm like, oh, you know what'd be cool is to make this in like the jungle, because I think that's where Kraven, that's his home. And then I'm sitting here drawing trees. What was I thinking? But that's okay. It's gonna look cool.
Oof.
Let's see. Oh. So I think I need a better chair.
Yeah, and I think I need a new one. This one's pretty beat up.
Feels like I'm sitting on a bench. This chair's gotta be 8 years old.
Oh, this is much older than that.
Start a GoFundMe.
Yeah. What's
Guy
that?
needs a new chair.
You get like one of those gaming chairs or something,
I was thinking about it.
like with
I
the
just-
Batman logo on it or something, you know?
Yeah, I'm just because stores are closed. I can't go and sit on a chair to see how comfortable it is.
Yeah.
But it's got to be more comfortable than what I'm sitting on now. I would imagine they're designed for extended sitting sessions.
Yeah, but you're like working on a flat desk, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I'd work at an angle.
Yeah.
Because then I wouldn't hunch over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's funny is that I do a lot of like for the streams, this is actually on my drafting table, which is at an angle. I don't know, maybe it's close to 30 degrees. But usually when I'm working, I got this clipboard. I usually drop it down into my lap, right? And then hunch over, which is probably just as bad.
Oh, I used to do that. That is not good.
So, but that's kind of how you do it at like all the conventions.
Doesn't make it right.
Unless, of course, you get yourself a cool little table like Forney's got.
Oh, that Kickstarter that he was going on about?
No, he's got like a little table that he takes to the shows. It's like a little drafting table.
Oh, and he just puts that on the.
Yeah, and it's a separate thing, and so it's like it's on like a tripod, and then he's got little cup holders and stuff where he puts all his pens and stuff in it.
Oh.
But the tabletop is no bigger than like say this clipboard, you know. And he just sits there behind his table doing his sketches.
Isn't he fancy?
Oh yeah, he's
got it worked
like
out.
level with this show setup. Donald's in the house. What's up, my man?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's getting to that time of the day when the afternoon crowd's coming online. And next time I do one of these long ass streams, I'm gonna start at like 4.
Start it later, yeah.
Yeah. And go all late into the night. Double shift day. Damn.
Ugh. Yeah, it's so it's double shift on President's Day.
So this isn't a holiday for everyone, I take it.
Well, I mean, in his job, I don't think they have days off. But no, it's like, the banks are closed
Right.
but like all the stores are open because of sales.
Yeah, because people want to buy stuff.
Kid's been out of school, so she's been playing Fortnite.
Weren't you getting into that?
Oh yeah. I'll get on every now and then. Actually, she asked me before I got on, hey, you want to get on and play with Danny and me? I was like, I'm about to go on a live stream, but afterwards I'll probably do that.
Okay. So
It's funny just getting your teeth kicked in by 13.
7-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been this one's been sitting on the desk for about a week. Just kind of, while I was goofing around with other things. So it's high time to finish it up.
Oh, Brandon's on. Says, gotta crank them 90s, Warner. I don't know what that means.
'90s. Oh, is he talking about? He's probably talking about Foreigner.
No, he just hopped on now.
Oh,
Oh, and Gordon says he switched to watching on his phone and the closed captioning was on. Gordon, it seems to be related to the volume level. If you put up your volume, it'll go away. But if you're watching in silent mode, Facebook still wants you to know what's going on.
so yeah, Donald. I didn't catch the. Is Brandon on like the tube of you or?
Yeah, Brandon's a YouTube guy.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen a couple of his bricks.
Yeah, he's on Twitch too, but he usually comments on YouTube.
Yeah, was it '90s? Was it '90s music he was talking about?
I don't know. Brandon, what are
Yeah.
you talking about?
No, I'm asking. But
Explain yourself.
yeah, it's probably he's got a thing against the '70s. I know my man Donald doesn't.
Okay, let's not start aging everyone.
Start dating everybody.
Dating everyone, yeah. Back in my day.
Back in my day, we had sissy bars on our bikes.
We listen to real music. Backstreet Boys. Britney Spears.
Linda Ronstadt.
I don't know what that means. Tom says nothing wrong with having an ARP card.
Yeah, I got one.
What's an ARP card?
It's what is it? American Association of Retired People. So old people AAA type thing.
Oh, okay.
So you get discounts on meals and you get discounts on all your buffet meals at the Golden Corral.
Okay. Before 4 p.m., right?
Right, exactly.
Got it.
It's so funny because what was it? There was a, I want to say it was like Veterans Day. We went out to dinner, a pretty decent joint, and I pulled out my VFW and veteran ID, looking to get that discount, and the restaurant wouldn't accept that for a discount, but they took my AARP card.
How was that even a thing? How can you not? Was that a choice to accept the veterans card?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not like a mandatory thing, but and I don't whip stuff out like all the time, but it was just like, it is Veterans Day. Let's give it a shot. I have to go in with the white on this.
Never ends. Black and white, black and white, black and white.
Jukebox Hero.
Thanks for that. If you want to sing the whole song, go ahead.
Let's see.
It's sketch card karaoke.
Yeah.
But my camera keeps on losing focus. Hang on a sec.
Dre?
Yeah.
How big is that piece that you're working on?
5x7.
Oh, okay.
So it's 5 by, like, it's a bigger piece of paper, but it's going to be a 5x7 at the end.
Gotcha.
I'll just tape to a backing board to give me.
I assume that will be available.
Most likely. This is one of my hoping portfolio development pieces. So.
That's right. Well, as far as the portfolio goes, you can always do.
Yeah, I don't need the actual piece. I just need
Yeah.
a high quality scan of it. So. Yeah, and I gotta.
That, and what would you plan on doing with the portfolio?
What do you mean?
I mean, so you put together a portfolio. What are you going to do? Shop it around, or?
Yeah, that's the idea. Get some feedback and see what's up.
What was that? Oh, so last night, I think it was last night, I was watching a video on Amazon Prime. And you would know who this is, but he's a Canadian artist, painter. He does a lot of fantasy illustrations and paintings. He did worked on World of Warcraft and Magic the Gathering. He's done stuff for Topps. In Edmonton, is it Mike something? I think.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name. Is that a documentary on?
Yeah, it's like it's called like painting epic painting of fantasy art or something like that. I don't remember, but it's like a 2.5 hour movie just for part one.
That's on Prime?
It's on Amazon Prime, yeah.
I gotta check that out.
And it was kind of cool because I mean a lot of he goes into how he does it, like from start to finish, basically. Right. And he does his drawing. He does his drawing like in Photoshop or something, right? I think it was his drawing, or maybe he did his drawing on paper and then took it into Photoshop. and then he does this color study in Painter,
Okay.
and then he prints that out. Then he prints out his drawing, transfers it onto the board, and then paints like the line art in acrylic.
And then oils on top.
And then, well, no, then he does basically another color study, so to speak, on that in acrylic. Right? So it's just an acrylic wash.
Okay.
So he gets his colors down, then he goes back in with oils.
Interesting. I gotta look this up.
Yeah, it was really kind of a cool video.
I didn't know Amazon had stuff like that.
Oh, they've got some great documentaries.
Really?
Oh yeah, there's I think one of the best ones, and I think if anybody's watching and has Prime or whatever, there's a documentary on like the whole Image thing, Image Comics.
Oh, that used to be available for free on YouTube in 5 chapters, and then I think they licensed it.
Oh, okay, but that's a great movie.
Yeah, I watched that. That was really interesting. And I think they have everyone in it, right?
Oh yeah, everybody's in it.
Like all the Image guys. No, well, no, one passed away, didn't he?
No, I don't think so. I think they're all still around.
Yep.
Yeah, Gordon said he started it one time, started watching it. It's yeah, it's kind of cool because it really kind of gets into the like behind the scenes drama of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama.
Oh my goodness. I mean, take a kid that's like 25 years old and make him a millionaire. There's going to be drama. Oh, it says the video ended on the tube of on the Facebook.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, I got a notice here. It says, please check face and ensure the stream looks okay. Continue. Oh, hang on. View on Facebook. Jamie said earlier that. Oh, no, it cut me off. 8 hours is the most you can do on YouTube, on Facebook.
Oh.
Yeah, 8 hours. It cut me off.
I wonder if you can start it up again.
It will be. I need to start a new stream. I can't use the same link.
Oh, okay. You want to do that? Set it up and then.
Yeah, let me take a look here. I might just call it the 8 hours. Damn, that's good to know.
Yeah.
See, so because it's almost 6, so I gotta start packing up soon. Anyways, no, I think I'm just gonna call it. Sorry,
All right. Cool.
I didn't realize that there's an 8-hour thing. I would have stuck around for another half hour or so, but at this point, I think we'll just call it.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thanks for popping in for a little bit, at least.
Yeah. No, I'll put a note in there and let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll go. Well, I can go in and make a comment. How do I comment as myself?
Yeah, but you're still on like Twitch.
Everywhere else. Yeah.
On the tube of you.
Yeah. You know what? Hang on. I can't even comment as my page. That's weird.
I already commented.
Oh, okay. Make sure this is fit.
I think I'm still gonna finish this and then
8 hours. Yeah, that's it. If you're doing it from a mobile device, it's 4 hours. If you're doing it from desktop, it's 8.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's it for me.
Okay.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody that's still watching. Thanks so much. Sorry, gonna cut it shortish, but
Cutting it.
cutting it short. I'm just gonna part time it today. Yeah, I'll see what my schedule's like this week. Are you streaming tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Tuesday.
By tomorrow I mean Wednesday.
Okay. You know what?
Well, you don't need to answer me now.
Waiting. I'm
If you,
still waiting on something, but
yeah, me too.
yeah, I don't know if you know what? Maybe I'll do a stream where we can work on this stuff, and then I'll just do a giveaway of a card that I have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I got to see what my schedule's like tomorrow when I get back to work. So I don't want to schedule anything, but
Yeah.
yeah. If you're on Wednesday, if I can, I'll hop on.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. See you, buddy.